Welcome to the Coosa River, the famed Coosa River in the state of Alabama. Welcome to Bassmaster Live, and this one is the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops. 8 anglers have qualified, representing 4 teams who have done very well during the course of this season, and these anglers are now competing individually for a really, really important prize. Tommy Sanders along with Ronnie Moore here. Mike Sukon will join us in just a minute. And that prize, it doesn't get any bigger than that. A shot at the World Championship.
That's exactly right, Tommy. This is what's at stake this week. The 2022 Bassmaster Classic Invitation. That is the prize and the prestige that all of these college anglers have dreamed of since they learned how to fish. This is what's been at stake for over a decade now. And they also get a fully rigged Toyota Tundra for the year and a fully rigged Nitro Z20 to use on the tour. Entry fees paid and some expense money as well for earning the right to be the representative of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series for all of 2022.
Some great talent out there on the water. It's 4 days of competition. Yesterday was all about individual competition to determine seeding. So we've got them seeded now, and there you see the rules of the bracket. We had the seeding yesterday and 3 days of competition. 4 matches today, Ronnie. Of course, 2 semifinals tomorrow. And the big final, only 2 anglers, only 1 will make it to the Classic.
Your odds every single day get better on making that Bassmaster Classic. 8 anglers today, 4 matchups like you said, and so we will see 4 guys advance and are very happy that they're doing so.
Well, let's take a look at our playing field, and it is a historic one in terms of the Bassmasters. On our Garmin Unlock the Lake, we take you down to the Coosa River, heads up about 280 miles away in Rome, Georgia, passes through 7 reservoirs to get down here past Wetumpka, Alabama, where it joins up with the Tallapoosa River to form the Alabama River. And of course, this stretch of the Coosa River, Ronnie, is very famed, and some say it may be the very best stretch of the Coosa River.
This is definitely one we've seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series over the years. A lot of different changing conditions. When it does rain and flood, this place can be totally different. All the rocks and shoals end up changing, and it is a different body of water. But like you said, 3 different rivers meet shortly south of Wetumpka and combine to create a vast and very changing fishery. We'll see guys fishing runoffs at the dam, we'll see current edges, we'll see back of the creeks, we'll see largemouth spotted bass today, a lot at play.
Well, that's the way our bracket's set up. As we say, 4 matches going on today. Seed 1 versus Seed 8, Hayden Scott. Tristan Mccormick from Bethel University is our top seed. Hayden Scott, of course, from Adrian College in Michigan.
Yes, we've got Michigan, Tennessee, and Alabama represented. As we go down to the 3-6 matchup, Stevie Mills versus James Cobbs. A lot of these anglers are getting their first taste of head-to-head action. It's going to be very interesting. And this is the heavyweight matchup, not to deem one more important than the other, but teammates. Team of the year, Tucker Smith, Logan Parks of Auburn, going to face off in the first round.
And, of course, our college championship, part of that team, Griffin Fernandez. Seed number 4 going up against Connor Crosby of Auburn.
We've got some of those teams, like we said, Auburn. Just because you go to school down the road from the Coosa River doesn't mean you know it well. Some of these guys came from the Tennessee River. Some came from other states to come to Auburn. And so we've got some different fellas in play. And this is your 4-5 matchup with Connor and Griffin. Connor on your left from Auburn and Griffin Fernandez on your right. Actually, this is the 3-6 matchup. Sorry. Stevie Mills on the right, James Cobbs on the left.
Bethel team that Mills was a part of finished 2nd in the national championship. The team of Crosby and Cobbs from Auburn finished 3rd.
And that is how we made it to our 4 teams that split up into 8 individuals. You've got the top 3 finishers in the championship. The Adrian College team, Fernandez and Scott, winning that. You mentioned that McCormick and Mills getting 2nd from Bethel. James Cobbs and Connor Crosby 3rd from Auburn. And then we reward Team of the Year, the most consistent, best team of the year. Our Angler of the Year, like we said, for Seth Fighter on the Bassmaster Elite Series, right. They were the team of the year.
Concept, yep.
And they get the 4th seed and entry into this event, which is
also
just
Auburn.
Up the street. Yeah, Auburn University. They've had a great year as a club. And to have 50% of the bracket represented, they said, hey, as long as many Auburn guys can advance, they will be happy, and they'll have the chance to have at least 3 advance today.
James Cobbs caught 3 pounds and 4 ounces to notch the 6th seed in yesterday's competition. Steve Mills. With the same total. And then the tiebreaker, I guess.
Yeah, Tommy, we did have a tiebreaker there for the 3 and 4 seed, which will end up being very important. One angler had a limit yesterday, which is 5 fish. Even though you'll see a catch, weigh, release format today, it'll be their 5 biggest fish, and once they get those 5 notched, they'll be able to cull up, which means getting rid of their smallest keeper on their score sheet and being able to upgrade it with an improved fish. And we saw yesterday really was a second practice day. These anglers got 1 day on the water Thursday. Yesterday was day 1 for seeding, and this is a day 1 of elimination time. And so we're really going to see these guys change their patterns. And it looks like Tucker's hooked up at the base of the dam right now.
No, definitely not. Oh, definitely a striper. Yeah. Come here, bud. He's got a little green. Can I weigh him? Yeah, I might want to watch your feet. I'm gonna boat flip him.
Tommy, that one will not go to the bottom line. That is not a largemouth or spotted bass that we know the Coosa for, but when you get around the dam and this current, so much bait, any species is liable to bite. We've seen that in the past.
Did you get that one on camera? Yeah, it's a cool bite, but
Of course, this is our team, which Tucker Smith, of course, part of one of the most incredible high school dynasties.
Yes.
He was the common factor in one of the most incredible
Yes.
high school dynasty ever.
Yes, notching multiple high school national championships. Now he's team of the year in college. They won an event up at Saginaw Bay this year. Tucker and his partner Logan, who have to compete against each other today because yesterday was the seeding, the 8-person seeding. And as we take a look at the Dovetail Games drone, you're at the base of a dam, Tommy. This is a long, long canal. There's 2 different dams that come out of Jordan Lake, which is the pool above Wetumpka where we're at. And current fishing is very important on the Coosa River. A lot of fish maybe go around bait at other lakes and they follow that forage, but at the Coosa River, current drives where these fish position all times of the year.
some cloud cover today.
Got the Jordan Dam and the Bolden Dam. They're not going to be able to make it up to the Jordan Dam. The Bolden is at the end of that canal. It's called sort of the new lake, some people call it there in that
New
part
Lake.
of the country. That's where we find Tucker Smith, who is on the board. He's caught more than just that striper today. Tucker with 1, just under a pound.
They have to be 12 inches this week to measure. And there's a couple anglers, Tommy, that are up right there by the new Lake Dam, the Bolden Dam, like you said. You got Tucker there, Stevie Mills also, and Tristan McCormick. Those guys are all in that region. And it's not just right behind the dam where the water's flowing over Tucker's shoulder that's so important. There's little eddies and seams, calm places where those fish are right near the current, but they're out of the current. They don't have to work so hard, and they just wait for something to wash down and they get there. But as you go down those canals and you get a little farther away, whether it's a rock sticks out, a log that sticks out, changes current eddies, and fish will position there. and they'll change based on the strength of that current. If it dies off at the dam, they may get up closer to it. If it gets a little stronger, they may flow down with the water until they get to the next current seam. And so a lot of different places that these fish will change throughout the day.
They're biting it, but they won't eat it.
Smith out of Birmingham, Alabama, famous alumni of Briarwood Christian School, where that high school dynasty referred to earlier. Now sophomore at Auburn. Like Steve Mills from Bethel, James Cobbs from Auburn.
Yep, just lost one on the fluke. Drag wasn't set. Fishing these little rock banks. I think these spots get up here and feed in the morning. Chase bait, whatnot. Trying to use this fluke to kind of call them up and fishing it really fast just to kind of get a reaction bite out of them. Fished a little faster this morning, try to get a few. Hopefully those clouds stay around.
Now,
I just
Tommy will
sure
have
my phone
to.
wasn't going off throughout the day.
We'll have to decipher which Auburn pair it is, teammate, because
Okay.
Connor Crosby and James
I'll
Cobbs
sit down,
both
I'm gonna turn it
sport.
off.
Different sort of headgear.
The Alabama cowboy hat, maybe it's not a traditional Texas cowboy
you
hat.
tell me. I don't know. I don't know what to call it, but I like it.
A little bit of a Crocodile Dundee in them.
Yes.
I like that.
Good sun
A
protection.
little bit of flair, and Connor's from another river, the Chattahoochee, on the Georgia side right there, splits Georgia and Alabama. So he's used to fishing current. He's excited about this style, and he's got one in the boat earlier this morning to get on the board.
One of the 3 that he has in the boat so far today, so a good start, fish catching wise for Connor Crosby.
That'll be the deal. Even though his weight isn't even topping the most of any angler today, you can catch the second most weight out of an 8 angler tournament day and still lose to your desired matchup. So you need to make sure you beat one person today.
That's
That's
right.
the correct
You just
one.
got to beat one guy.
You could finish 7th out of 8 today, but you beat the 8th place person and you advance.
Oh,
It's
spitting
very
up shad.
important. So the fact that he's close to a limit already is very key. You can only go up from there.
Connor, a senior at Auburn this year from Valley, Alabama.
Yes, and because the bracket's in the fall, senior meaning this is not his last shot. He gets one full year of fishing left. There are some guys who are, I guess you can say, classify them as graduates.
Sure.
Yes, this
Yeah.
is their last shot, and this is the best shot. You want to go pro after college, make sure you're in this bracket, and you'll have a great shot.
There we go.
Be a possible 4th keeper. Connor. Through his top water right beside that log, Tommy. They get close to cover here with the current. It might not seem like a bunch of current here, but they do use any piece of structure
You might
to
be
get
close.
out of that.
You're too close. You need to get some size. Ooh. Ooh, no. He ain't gonna make it.
I don't think he is either. Make sure. He's too short.
Wouldn't make it.
I didn't want him anyway.
So Connor Crosby will fish on against his opponent, Griffin Fernandez from Adrian College. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore. And Ronnie, a different format, a little bit different this time. I kind of like this format. In years past, they'd often fish this bracket competition on the same water where they'd had the national championship, and they did the seeds based on national. And now I think that it kind of works because we're in a completely different place to do a whole new seeding.
100%. We were in New York for the championship. They notched out that with smallmouth. We come down to Alabama about a month later, and we did a day of seeding yesterday. Those 8 anglers fished. No chance of getting cut. Some of them use it as a second practice day because they couldn't get eliminated, but we have our 1 through 8 matchups, and now some of those guys did get burned. They're fishing against their partner, against a teammate, right. But some of these guys are now getting a little bit more confident with the Coosa River now that this is their 3rd day of fishing here. They're really understanding a little bit more about this Wetumpka area.
So they'll wrap up their season on 2 rivers that couldn't be any more different, yet both of them really attractive in terms of tournament action.
Yes, and this is a great place to have this bracket go down. 8 anglers, it's big enough to spread out, but it's small enough for an 8 angler field. And as we knock it down from 8 today, 4 compete tomorrow, and 2 on Monday, the tension doesn't get any less with less anglers. In fact, it gets heightened up more because of the prizes at stake. A Bassmaster Classic shot for one of these college anglers is a lifelong dream. And it's something that pros aspire to do in their career and never get there sometimes. These college anglers have a fast track to it if they can win their matchups this week.
We got 7 hours of coverage for you, and with us all the way, our man, the Such, Mike Sucon.
Hey.
And Such, I know you've been looking behind the scenes at this. We got some great competitors, some great talent on display
Yeah, it's
today.
a shame. You know, our first year, we had the same team. One team was a national champion, and those guys fish against each other for the classic berth. The next year, they moved around the format, and it ended up being the teammates fish for it. And this year, we got our team of the year guys fishing on the first round, so it's kind of the way it falls. But the guys are super excited. This week is the most exciting week in college bass fishing. A classic on the line, you automatic $10,000 check to get in there, and a possibility of $300,000 if you win.
Yeah, should be good stuff all day on Bassmaster Live. And bracket competition, head-to-head matches. We don't get enough of that, in my opinion, and it's fun to experience.
It is, but it's very hard to ask those guys, what's the target weight? And they said, man, I might have to have 15 pounds to advance. I could advance with 6 pounds. I just don't know. So these guys are going to have to really feel it out here. Got to catch 5 fish before you do anything else, and that'll be important. We've got a couple guys with fish already in the box, and these guys are going to just try to steadily improve throughout the day.
So great to be back on this stretch of the Coosa River as well. So much Bassmaster history here. And some history is going to be written today and through the next 3 days, and one will go to the Classic. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, FS1 is your home for the American League Divisional Series as the game's biggest stars fight their way to the pennant. It all starts October 7th on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Next week's going to be a big week for baseball fans, sports fans, bass fishing fans today. Big day.
It is indeed. For all sports. It's a great time of year. We're ending down the fishing season over the next few weeks of our Bassmaster tournament trail. We've got baseball, football, basketball is going to be fired up as well. It's a great sports time. And looking at that bracket, Tommy, we mentioned it, 8 anglers. If you're just tuning in with us, 4 matchups today. They got to fish yesterday for seeding, a little bit feeling it out on the water and seeing how it matches up. This is how we are matching up today. Single elimination. Win or go home each day. In today's matchup, Tucker Smith, Logan Parks. You can see Tucker had the early edge with 1 keeper in the box, just less than a pound. It looks like Logan has also put one in the boat at least. We're out with Tucker now, right there at the base of the Bolden Dam, New Lake Dam as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
There's Tristan Mccormick, top
Please
seed
be
from
a
Bethel.
spot. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah.
It's all catch, weigh, and release today.
Got Bassmaster tournament officials, tournament directors with them. John Stewart, Tucker Smith right now.
What do you think? That's bouncing. $110. Agree. The second one.
110, so 2.5 pounds now, 2 pounds 9 ounces for Tucker.
One more look at this catch right here.
And Tommy, we mentioned it, team of the year for college, but a 3-time high school national champion, 3 in a row.
You have
and
to
with
keep
2
saying that
different
because it
partners.
just doesn't sound real. Giant field, 200 teams out there in Kentucky every year, and these guys win it 3 years in a row. Unbelievable.
Normally they allow the defending champs to come back and do that, and he did that his first year at Auburn. It was able to come back because he had qualified for it, and they won this year. They finally changed the location to a different lake, and he did not win, but 3 in a row for Tucker Smith there. He won with Grayson Morris and then with Hayden Marbett. 3 years in a row. And that has really prepared him. He's got the opportunity, a lot more exposure than high school kids normally get because of his successes. And that has really propelled him into a great college start his first few years at Auburn. He's been able to be a part of the Bassmaster Classic in terms of leading the field out with the Academy Sports and Outdoors boat. Very cool experience for Tucker. And he is definitely one of those guys on the short list of college that you think, who could go pro out of college? This guy is a guy who has a great chance, and he would love to take a step forward today.
Goes to college and becomes the team of the year here in 2021, including a win on the 4 regular season stops for the Carhartt Bassmaster College season. Fishing against his teammate today.
Yeah. I asked him that. I called him on the phone and said, hey guys, I'm glad to be able to talk to you. I know it's a good thing for you guys to get interviewed, but got to start off with this one. Fishing against your teammate, how'd that go over feelings-wise? And they were like, it's not ideal. Not ideal, but hey, we get to guarantee one of us advances. Tucker with maybe keeper number 3.
I don't know if this spot lock will hold me right here.
Definitely a bass.
All right.
Tommy, you noticed that he was at the base of the dam, caught some striper, moved maybe 50 feet towards the shoreline, a little bit farther back, started catching spotted bass. They position a little bit differently every time.
Smith with the lead against his teammate, as we say, Logan Parks. Let's look in on this matchup. Steve Mills of Bethel and Auburn's James Cobbs.
Stevie mentioned he's going to be up in that canal, that river that forms from New Lake, where a couple of our anglers are. And a lot of topwater we're going to see today. Maybe guys not at the base of the dam, but on other structures we'll see topwater factor a lot today. Stevie mentioned throwing a fluke earlier. Soft plastic, topwater.
Yeah.
That one squeaked in at 15 ounces.
Yeah. I ain't ever killed one over 125.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a 125.
Shad.
Shad?
You see that tail?
Oh, hold on a second. There it is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're eating.
I don't know if he's going.
12 inches for spotted bass and largemouth this week. Fan the tail, do not pinch the tail, and that one was almost 13, so that's a keeper. As long as it doesn't shake, he'll get a bonus of an ounce or 2 of that shad tail sticking out of his mouth. But that's what these fish are starting to feed up for that fall transition. The bait starts to get on the move, the bass start to get on the move to where they'll position for the next couple weeks before the winter starts approaching. I guess maybe 2 months or so.
So a 15-ouncer and a 12-ouncer so far today. For Steve Mills, again matched up with James Cobbs. Steve from Dixon, Tennessee, who says his strength is fishing in currents. So today matches up with his skill set pretty well.
Should be some bites to have on these current breaks early this morning. I couldn't even tell you, honestly. I hadn't even looked. I know those, I know it's been moving out of that dam though, and I ain't seen it not, so. I think they've been pulling about the same every day. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I know it's a good bit, but I don't know the exact number. So most of these fish are just relating to the bank, relating to where a current seam comes out, because the current comes from behind us, flowing down here. I'm going with the current right now, and they'll be like this tree right here. Just the current that blows around it, they'll be on the back side of it or on the front side of it and tucked up, you know, tucked up against the bank or on whatever cover they're laying on. And they see that white fluke go over their head. It's hard for them to pass it up. The last one I caught, I had one down his throat, a shad, and if you're gonna catch these, you gotta match the hatch. So I figured that fluke would be about my best bet. It's a little more subtle than a topwater. I don't think top scares them at all, but it's just kind of a confidence thing.
Looks like James Cobbs is going to put a fish to the total there in that matchup between him and Stevie Mills.
Back over to Tucker Smith here. Again, Tucker going up against his year-long fishing partner, Team of the Year co-winner, Logan Parks. And he's hooked up again.
Out of the 8 competitors in the matchups today, Tucker definitely knows the most about this stretch of the Coosa River, being from Birmingham, competing around this region for a long time. That's the thing, Tommy. These guys are all young, younger than me, younger than 21, 22 years old. But they've got a lot of fishing experience, a lot of tournament knowledge as well, and that's why they're so dangerous in their matchups. You can see anglers spread out all the way as far south as the southern boundary down by Montgomery, Alabama, all the way up in Wetumpka, our host city this week, and all the way up to the Bolden Dam, the second dam coming out of Jordan Lake.
Coosa River always gives us some great fishing thrills. And take a look at it. Standings right now, there are the matchups. 4 matches going on right there. Tucker Smith, we just saw, add to his total in his matchup against Logan Parks. So we got 4 matches going on. Only 4 will pass on to tomorrow's 2-match competition. We will have more for you in just a moment. Be right back.
The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Bassmaster Live in the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket Competition. Very important event, and it will mean everything to the one who stands at the end of this competition here, because that angler, the winner at the end of it all, is going to the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, South Carolina's Lake Hartwell. You're back out on the Coosa River here, the famed Coosa River, to Tucker Smith from Auburn, part of our Team of the Year for 2021. Tucker with 4 pounds and 10 ounces officially, 4 fish in the boat.
These fish get here, it's just hard to maneuver the boat around. There's another one. That might be a better one. Yeah. Largemouth, huh? I gotta get us off these rocks real quick. Hang on.
Fish number 5 for Tucker Smith, keeper number 5. So our 3-time national high school champion is our numbers leader today, as well as now our overall leader, although he's only concerned with this match against
up here.
his teammate.
He's lost. Oh, baby. That might be her. That's her right there, boys. That's her. Come on. Come on. Come on, don't come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Yes. Let's go. Woo-hoo. That's a fatty right there. Thank you, Lord. Yes. Woo. 37? I agree. Hold on. Huh. Ooh. 37. All right. There we go. That's a good one right there. I saw it chasing a gizzard shad and flicked my little bait over there, and she came up and bit it, so that's the kind you need right there.
Big one there. Tucker Smith stepping out today.
Huge one there. When everyone's been catching 1-pound spotted bass just to get their day started, and you can put a 3.5 to your tally, he's already got more weight than 6 of our anglers had yesterday, and so that's already a great start with him.
Over 8 pounds right now, Ronnie.
Here's a shot from our Dovetail Games drone. This match between Steve Mills, Bethel University, and James Cobb of Auburn. Cobb part of the team that finished 3rd place in the national championship. Steve Mills and his teammate Tristan Mccormick also in this one. They finished 2nd place on the St. Lawrence.
Kevin Van Dam.
Yeah, I think it was.
Jordan Lee.
Yep, those two. Did they do it back to back?
Jordan's won 2. Big one. No, not big.
Possibly another keeper for Stevie Mills.
Someone put 2 in the boat earlier.
It's like I hope he caught that one.
Give us a 1 pound even. Yeah.
Perfect. Dude, I'm telling you, these flukes. It's ridiculous.
Mills and his cameraman were talking about the Classic and what it could do for you right there. We caught a little bit of that conversation talking about those who have won back-to-back and are reigning and defending Classic champion. Stevie Mills is probably wanting to dethrone him if he can make it there, because Hank Cherry has won the 2020 Classic and the 2021. Has a shot close to home to make the 2022 Classic.
Become the first ever to win 3 in a row.
There's both sides of our matchup between seed number 2 and seed number 7. 2 being Tucker Smith, who caught the most of any angler today. And Logan Parks still waiting to get on the board.
Still a lot of room to grow for Tucker as well. He's got a 3.5 pounder, which is almost half of his weight right now, which means anything over a pound or a pound and a half is definitely going to upgrade for him and put more room in his lead right now. And for Logan and Tucker, this is not necessarily the matchup they desired. They went and fished yesterday. If you're just joining us, yesterday was an 8-man day of seeding. They all fished, no chance of getting eliminated, but we're going to set the weights and determine the 1 through 8 matchup because it is a different body of water than what they qualified from the championship. So it wouldn't be fair to give the Adrian College team the top seeds on a body of water they've maybe never fished before. So we reseeded them, and it turned out teammates Tucker and Logan, 2 of the most probably prestigious of these 8 anglers, if we're being honest, ended up getting matched up against each other. And for the rest of the field, hey, every angler each day can carry their weight, but one of these guys getting eliminated is a good thing for the rest of the field.
Oh, sure, yeah. And this team finished no lower than 16th place in any of their 4 regular season events in 2021. Notched a win as well.
Coosa River is a very cool place. We got to spend a little bit of time with the FS1 fans at Neely Henry. A couple dams up from where we are. We've been at Lay Lake for the college championship and bracket before. We were there last year for the bracket. Just a little bit farther south from there, you get to Jordan and whatnot. And then Wetumpka, this portion, it's not really a lake. It is an actual stretch of river where the 3 rivers, the Tallapoosa, the Coosa River, and the Alabama River all meet. Looks like Tucker Smith's hooked up once again.
I need to get him weighed before he spits up all these shad.
Well, Tucker Smith's kind of cracked the code for today. He knew exactly where to go, and he is definitely our numbers guy and our weight guy so far. Big lead for him. This matchup with Logan Parks.
Hey, it's a little taste of maybe a foreshadowing of who could be our champion. We can see how these anglers pick up 1 or 2 clues throughout the first few days of competition that can maybe get them to Monday, maybe get them to the Bassmaster Classic. Tucker's off to a great start. Yeah. As Clint Davis, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, just messaged me, he said Tucker is on the juice hole. It only gets better as the sun gets up.
Well, that's good news for Tucker Smith, bad news for 7 other anglers, but someone else is going to figure something out. You can bet on that. Plenty more time to go in these 4 matches, who will determine who moves on to the semifinals here. We have more when we return.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Alabama Power.
Bassmaster Live, the college bracket is such a big deal because the winner gets a shot at the World Championship, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic coming up from Lake Hartwell. We've got 8 anglers who qualified. They are fishing as individuals now, although they competed as a team member all season long. And the 4 matchups you can see right there. Half of our field have fish in the boat, including Stevie Mills from Bethel University in Tennessee. Probably the best known college dynasty. First to ever offer scholarships.
Yes. It'll be a fun fight, I guess. Bro, that's gotta be. That might not, I don't know. That's a spot.
Man, but I don't think that's the same fish.
No, there ain't no way.
I think he's shrunk a little bit.
There ain't no way. Dude, y'all saw that.
Yeah, Steve said said he caught a pretty well.
Tommy, you mentioned it. Of our four teams this week, we have 3 different schools represented. We have Bethel, Adrian College, and Auburn University. And for Bethel University, they've already had numerous participants make the College Classic bracket and advance to the Bassmaster Classic. John Garrett here pictured. We also have Cody Huff represented a few years later. They've also won numerous championships in the middle. You see Cody Huff and Garrett Enders there. Huff ended up advancing and going to the 50th anniversary of the Bassmaster Classic. Got our first qualifier from Bethel University to make the Elite Series with KJ Queen doing it, and he was a rookie this past season. We have Cole Floyd, Carter McNeil. They won the championship just a few years ago at Lake Chickamauga. Doesn't matter where you take these anglers in the country, these anglers compete daily against each other, strengthening their skills. That competition that harnesses individually pushes them to that next level.
It was only 10 years ago they became the first school to offer scholarships, and they had to use their existing non-scholarship guys to recruit the rest of the team. Who do you know who could do well from a scholarship? And I guess that was the right path to take because they have been dominant.
They have been dominant, and like you mentioned, scholarship schools are popping up everywhere. Adrian College in Michigan, represented this week, also offers scholarships. Auburn University, hey, if they don't offer fishing scholarships, they definitely are the most decked out non-scholarship team because of how big their club is, how successful it has been. It's very awesome to watch that growth in college fishing. And Tommy, we looked at it, this is the 11th running of a college angler making it to the Bassmaster Classic, the 11th year. Of our previous 10 anglers, 7 of them are current pros with a couple more that could be added by the end of October. That is how successful that program has been.
It's pretty impressive. Stevie Mills, you see with the lead in this matchup right here, James Cobbs needing to get on the board. Been fishing since 6:30 local time, 7:30 Eastern this morning.
Really? Hey, Bethel, we don't even have, all we got on campus is Chick-fil-A. That's the only restaurant we have on campus or place to eat. Yeah, they probably made a lot of money off that, didn't they?
James Cobbs has certainly spent some time here. He's from Cullman, Alabama.
We're about to go run up again.
Medical lab science is his major. He's been tournament fishing for 7 years.
I asked him, if you're from Cullman, Alabama, you must love spotted bass. He said, man, I love the Tennessee River and largemouth. I'm not too great with clearwater and spotted bass. I said, why do you live in Cullman? He said, that's just where my parents moved me to.
Can't really help that.
No,
now, right?
Exactly. A lot of different bodies of water in Alabama, though, that definitely train these anglers up in different ways. You have current, largemouth, deep, shallow, spotted bass. All prepares you for opportunities like this.
James says he specializes in finesse approaches. Good shallow water fisherman. Shallow structure. Swimming a jig he likes to do as well.
I don't think so. I think it probably just landed weird. Dude, I got 2 last night and it knocked the edge off. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, the El Patron. Oh
what you
gosh,
notice,
dude.
Tommy,
I needed
is
it bad.
for these anglers competing each and every day, they know a little bit more about this body of
not
water. You
stingy
might
with
see
it?
small weights at first, but these guys will continue to grow in knowledge of this body of water. Like we said, they had one practice day. They had Thursday to get out there and to practice. Yesterday competition. Today is the third day on the water, and we know that with the Elite Series, we normally don't see them on camera day one until they've had 3 days of practice, and then we see their 4 competition days. So this is primed up the third day of competition for these anglers.
They're still eliminating water. Those who can make it just survive day to day, one match.
There will be key windows of opportunity as well, as we see Griffin Fernandez, 0 so far. Connor Crosby, just a couple, but 2 pounds 9 ounces. That is still a lead for him. Doesn't matter if you win by an ounce or 10 pounds today, you will advance in that bottom 4-5 matchup. He'll face off against that 1-8 matchup of Tristan and Hayden. As we see Griffin and Connor right now.
Griffin, a reigning national champion. Half of that team from Adrian College there in southeast Michigan, just a few miles from Lake Erie and not too far from places like St. Clair, Lake Huron. Feeling very well, very much at home on the St. Lawrence River for that national championship.
Griffin goes to school there now and grew up in Indiana, so he knows about tough fishing conditions. He knows about close, that's not too far from the Kentucky lakes of the world and maybe even the Lake Cumberlands in Kentucky, like those guys, that region, that Ohio, Illinois, Indiana region. Not just Great Lakes, but man, that helped him out big time. What a great tournament he had at the St. Lawrence River. And I remember covering Griffin even way back in 2015 in the high school series. A lot of these college anglers that are doing well now were able to fish in high school, kind of cut their teeth there, whereas my age group, just a few years older than them, high school wasn't around just yet until you got to college. That was your first step to compete.
High school and college both been evolving fast over the last decade, that's for sure. Adrian College, big showing at the Nationals. I think they said for a 1,700 enrollment, they sent 5 teams, I believe, to the national championship. Crosby's back to his teammate James Cobb. Again, matchup with Stevie Mills.
I'm telling you, that is not a Texas Cowboy hat, but it is a Alabama Crocodile Dundee something, but it is very unique.
You're working up a name for it, aren't you?
It is, and Cobbs just looked up right now.
That's a big old spot.
Woohoo! Nice. That's the one I was looking for. Put that on the board. James, give me some. Right there. 2.7.
James loves the Tennessee River. He might like the Coosa a little bit better right now. That is a nice keeper for him.
Yes, indeed, Kyle Jesse out on the water taking photos of that, and James Cobbs. You'll take a 2.5 pounder all day long, whether it's a largemouth or a spotted bass. Those are the ones that will up your weight in a hurry.
Let's take a break now for our 5-hour energy trivia question. Bryan College's Jacob Fouts, who recently qualified for the elites, fished in which year's Classic? Was it 16, 2017, 2018, or 2019? Jacob Fouts, great year for him, and a greater year perhaps next year for him. We're going to celebrate him all day long. Much more. Be right back.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
College bracket action going on the lower part of the Coosa River. Wetumpka is sort of our headquarters here. 5-hour Energy Daily Trivia. We left you with this question. Bryan College's Jacob Fouts, who recently qualified for the elites, fished in which year's Classic? Did he fish in 2016, 2017, 2018, or 2019? Ronnie Moore, I bet you remember that.
I may not know much about other tournament trails in Bassmaster, but the College Series I know. It was C 2018. That was the Classic that he fished, and that was at Lake Hartwell. Obviously qualified during the 2017 season for that event.
Where
he
was
was a
that?
national champion.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Where was that, Ryan?
Okay, Such, I'll take it farther. He qualified in 2017 at Serpent Lake was the bracket lake. I was there. It had a giant dragon at the takeoff. Competed against his teammate Jake Lee in the finals. And that is, I guess, if you're going to have to compete against your teammate, that is where you're going to have it go down. And Fouts recently qualified, like you mentioned, for the Elite Series. Our last time we were on Fox Sports 1, he punched his ticket from the Southern Opens, and you mentioned it, Tommy. He was a national champ.
Yeah,
then
won that on
followed it
Lake
up.
Bemidji, just right around the corner from Griffin.
And then followed it up at Serpent and was able to win the bracket. Very rarely do we see the champion turn around and win the bracket. That was almost like a curse. You win the you win the championship, you can't win the bracket. He switched it up and went smallmouth fishing and really crushed it every day of competition. Really got to see the Paperboy in action, as he was dubbed. He is calm, cool, so young at the classic stage. He looked like the Paperboy.
Yeah, yeah. Finished 39th at the Classic, acquitted himself, and man, he's just been on the right pathway ever since. We'll see him next year on the Elite Series.
Yeah, got to start and take that funding that he got from the Opens and the Classic, be able to start up a guide business right there on the banks of Bryan College, right there at Lake Chickamauga, and now is an Elite Series pro. He'll have to pay those deposits in the next month or so to be able to lock his spot in, but he's not going to pass that up. He's been shooting for that forever. So we take it back out to Griffin Fernandez, one part of our national championship winning team this year.
Reigning national champion, still looking to get on the board today.
Oh, God, there's so many with them, too.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus. That's what it's supposed to look like. You're just supposed to boat them.
That one.
That's the fun part of topwater, and the agonizing part of it is they come at it a million miles an hour and they blow up, and it is very exciting, and they may not get it quite as good as you think they do, and getting them in the boat is 50% of the battle.
Griffin from McCordsville, Indiana, as you mentioned earlier, Ryan, just across the border from Michigan. Marketing major, wants to be a pro.
One great thing about the college series, it is basically like a free internship program as well. People, if you cannot make it pro, there are roughly maybe 250 professional fishermen in the country. So the odds of becoming a pro are not as high as you would think. And so there are options, plenty of options to work in the industry with that marketing degree that he's earned. I'm walking testimony of that. You can work with Bassmaster. Kyle Jesse fished at Arkansas and did the same thing. So a lot of options for these anglers if they don't advance today.
This is what looks like a keeper there.
There we go, boys. Starting to warm up a little bit.
Good?
Good one. A few more like it. A few more like it.
We just have a gay story on the beginning of that replay.
Hey, I promise I don't give a shit. Got 5, looking for some big ones. Definitely around them. They'll bite.
Bill's one of 2 of our 8 anglers with a limit in the boat today, the other one being Tucker Smith.
That one didn't come back.
I apologize to anybody listening online that caught a glimpse of that, but Stevie Mills, Griffin Fernandez, a lot on the line this week, competition-wise. We mentioned it, what's at stake. Not only the chance to become a pro, a chance to fish the World Championship, the Super Bowl of bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic next year at Lake Hartwell. Get a fully wrapped and rigged Toyota Tundra Nitro Z20 boat to go along with it to compete on the Opens. And the Opens are our semi-pro feeder system to the top-level Pro Series. So, hey, if you can get everything paid for and fish all 9 Opens, that just increases your odds of financially being prepared to make the Elite Series. Stevie Mills in that canal. He's on the left side of your screen in that canal to the Bolden Dam. And Tommy, I was looking it up. Why did they create a second dam, the Bolden Dam? It was a washout, you said, and they did that. And that Bolden Dam has the ability to generate the most power of any Alabama power dam that they have on this whole river.
Speaking of Alabama power, let's take a look at our Alabama Power weather watch right now. Beautiful day, Chamber of Commerce weather on the Coosa River to be sure. 71 degrees. The humidity, well, it's up there. You know, it's still got a summertime feel to it, even though we are into fall right now. Not too much wind, 7 east to southeast, and that hasn't appeared yet.
There will be key windows today. We saw an early one. The water is generating out of that Bolden Dam, and Tucker Smith made good work with some spotted bass. After fishing right at the base of that dam, Tommy, not getting much, moved slightly down, able to catch some off that riprap, including this 3.5-pound largemouth. What a big fish. A lot of consequences for his opponent.
Oh, yes.
We'll be able to see how that matchup lays out when we come back from this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I saw.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Later today, it's another huge slate of college football on Fox. Join the Big Noon Kickoff crew for the biggest pregame party of the weekend, live from Madison, followed by Big Noon Saturday as Wisconsin hosts number 14 Michigan. Then Spencer Rattler and the 4th-ranked Sooners face K-State. All starting today at 10 a.m. Eastern on Fox.
Tommy, last week we predicted incorrectly, so I'm going to just abstain for a minute on.
I abstained last week. Yeah. I'm not one of these bad predictors.
And when I say we messed up, I meant I messed up. Looking over at the bracket, Tucker Smith, because of that big largemouth and that latest cull, he's up to 8.5 pounds. He's got an 8.5-pound lead as well because Logan Parks, his teammate, who struggled yesterday, 7th seed overall, only 4 pounds, 3 pounds, 14 ounces, I should say.
That being one of 4 matches currently going on in this college bracket competition. The winner at the end of it all, 2.5 days from now, goes to the World Championship Classic.
don't think he will.
Will likely not increase his official total. Total of 8-12, and that is his lead over his former.
That is.
Or his teammate.
As we
Logan
go
Parks.
across the canal just a little bit to the dovetail game is drone. We see Tristan McCormick, our top seed from yesterday. That might actually be Tucker Smith, but right across is also Tristan McCormick, where we'll get with him as well. This Bolden Dam is going to be a game changer for a lot of anglers because this could be a way to catch fish without messing up primary areas. If you're trying to save something downriver, down lake, you're able to catch some fish at the base of this dam that kind of cycle in and out with that current.
They will not be fishing the face of the Jordan Dam. It's not possible to get up there.
Yeah.
They have to have extraordinary water conditions to be able to get up there.
Yes. Smith hooked up again. Definitely going through the most numbers of anybody so far.
No, don't spit up those shad. One, two.
Let's get out to Hayden Scott, part of our national championship team from Adrian College in Michigan. Tough matchup with the number 1 seed, Tristan McCormick.
Good one. Good one. Please stay on. Boom, baby.
There you go.
There's a good one.
Where's he, Rose?
Tommy, Hayden Scott started up in that canal not far from where McCormick and Stevie Mills and Tucker Smith were. He picked up shop and took off all the way down to the southern boundary, down in Montgomery. So he's at the opposite end of the body of water now. He is through near to Tristan McCormick with this keeper.
Of course, Hayden, as we mentioned, a part of our reigning national championship team from Adrian College, along with Griffin Fernandez. Adrian sent 5 teams to the St. Lawrence for the national championship.
Right here.
They had just a fantastic week there.
Only team to eclipse 20 pounds all 3 days.
63-10 total for this team. Started that final day and had all their other teams following them around on the St. Lawrence. Had their own cheering section, portable cheering section, cheering them on.
One thing, Tommy, I will say, when I was in college, I was like, who is this Michigan team coming down south and competing? Not only Fernandez and Scott, but other guys like Nick Marsh have paved the way for Adrian College. Winning down at Pickwick, I remember covering that event recently, graduated from college covering that event. Seeing Adrian College compete down south, knowing that they're not just northern smallmouth guys.
They're big on fishing.
Adrian College.
Southeast Michigan.
And they are your national champions with a 3-day total of 63 pounds and 10 ounces. Get loud for
That is one thing that Hank Weldon will do with the college series. He will test you, your diverse fisheries. You're gonna go from the championship, the St. Lawrence River. You're gonna go all the way down to the Coosa River for the bracket. You're gonna go to Saginaw Bay, Smith Lake. There's so many different places they have visited over the years.
Going to have to do it in both places. You're going to go to the Classic, and that makes it even more of an achievement. 2 different environments, 2 different rivers. There's the teammates right now, not fishing against each other, but both of them trailing in their matchups right now.
I left you the last commercial break with Griffin losing a good fish on top water. Hayden catching his first fish of the day recently. He's going to give us a totally different look of the Coosa River than we're seeing from other anglers up by the steady current and the dam.
Hayden Scott from Ann Arbor, Michigan, marketing major junior, tournament fishing for 6 years. Both he and Griffin say their main area of improvement needs to be fishing in herring lakes, which means they're both looking forward to the Classic, I guess.
Exactly.
Or blueback herring, a factor there. Lake Hartwell.
They'll be on one of these things up there.
Fernandez making a move. Really tough getting that one in just a few minutes ago. Still needs to put a fish in the live well, but he's got plenty of time in his matchup with Connor Crosby. He has 3 fish in the boat and officially 2 pounds 9 ounces.
What's incredible, Tommy, the early stages of this college classic bracket, we'd have the 8 anglers, you'd have the 4 guys who had the boat for the team and they competed, and the 4 other anglers would have to use a boat provided by B.A.S. and different manufacturing sponsors to be able to compete. And now we're getting to the point where for the bracket, all 8 anglers have their own boat that they own, they fish out of, they get better out of, and then they just get in one boat for competition day together. And so that is showing you the desire of these anglers to do it on their own.
Yeah,
they
the
go in,
commitment,
yeah.
yeah.
They don't need a buddy to go with. They can go on their own, and they're gonna do that and get better.
We're just a little ways away from being all Auburn all the time.
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
It's a War Eagle
Yeah.
quad box for you right there.
All of the people in Tuscaloosa are rolling their eyes, but the people down in Auburn are loving this 4-box and rooting on their anglers. We've got the top 2 right there, Logan Parks and Tucker Smith, competing against each other. Connor Crosby and James Cobbs with different matchups
Chasing it right there.
at the moment. We're working on getting Cobbs'
Man.
live leaderboard, his bass track updated. We've seen him catch a couple.
Yeah.
Can't miss that in his cowboy hat. It looks like Connor has ditched his, though. Maybe he went for a run and put it away, but James staying steady with the cowboy hat.
Well, I guess
You hear it echo off the dam?
Well, you got to say hats off to Auburn, fielding the team of the year, also 3rd place team, national championship. They've had a strong program for a good number of years.
Yes, we've already had 2 representatives in the classics from Auburn. College anglers now turned pros. Like we mentioned it, of the 10 former college anglers to fish in this bracket and make it to the classic, 6 are current and active pros. 2 more have possibilities of doing that over the next few weeks in the Central Opens, with John Garrett being 6th overall and 3rd in the Centrals, and Trevor McKinney being 14th overall. Those 2 have a shot. And then we obviously, like we said, Jacob Fouts just punching his ticket last week. So, hey, this is a good representative. If you can make it out of this bracket, 8 times out of 10, maybe 7 times out of 10, you're going to make it to the pros some way, somehow.
Yep, that means you've spent a lot of time on the water in a lot of different environments. You are getting the perfect education, tools it takes to become a pro. That's what this whole college game is all about for so many of the anglers out there. Coosa River got their own, maybe not official, but de facto special species of spotted bass that are hard fighting and really, really fun to catch and can get really big. Maybe one of those will pop up soon.
The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
We'll take a look at it. The Coosa River right there. That is where we are contesting the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket competition presented by Bass Pro Shops. 8 anglers have qualified after a terrific college season of 2021, and there's a lot at stake right here. How about a fully rigged Nitro Z20 boat for 1 year, fully rigged Toyota Tundra for 1 year, paid entry into all the 2022 Opens. That is huge, plus $7,500 cash. And of course, the big prize, a ticket to the World Championship. Bassmaster Classic. Where are we? Well, 280 miles, starting in Rome, Georgia, of the famed Coosa River, going through lakes Weiss, Neely, Henry, Logan Martin, Lay Lake, Mitchell Lake, all these famous lakes, including Jordan, which so much of the history of bass fishing has been written, and we're down below all the lakes here. We're in a very productive part of water, right?
Yes, we go from right below the Jordan Dam into the city of Wetumpka, and they have kind of that whole boundary on Garmin Unlock the Lake. You can go down south towards Montgomery, you can go back up towards the Bolden Dam, but when you go farther down south, you'll start to have those rivers come into play. The Tallapoosa, the Alabama River, they all kind of funnel in here, and they kind of call this the Alabama version of 3 rivers, where these different rivers connect. Yeah. A lot of different currents coming through them, a lot of different factors there. And if you get all the way down to the south boundary, the Montgomery area, that is where B.A.S.S, B-A-S-S, was founded. It was the original site of it. And this was kind of the most highly anticipated matchup of the first round. Tucker Smith, Logan Parks, 2 teammates, team of the year, the 2-7 matchup.
Definitely Tucker Smith getting the better part of that one so far, as we have seen, mostly working in an area around the Bolden Dam, where the spotted bass are feeding pretty good, to say the least.
And with that bonus largemouth, that is a big, important fish as well. I asked every angler on the phone last night, have largemouth came into your territory at all? As that factored into your game plan? They said, I've seen some, but they haven't been the size that you would hope a kicker largemouth would be. So that bonus fish for Tucker was very, very desired.
9.6 is the heaviest limit, official limit so far of the day, for all of our 8 anglers. But again, all his job, his only job, is to beat the man on the left there, Logan Parks. His team made it already. Logan is from Auburn, Alabama. He's going to graduate in December as a 5th-year senior. Been fishing tournaments since he was in the 8th grade. Says he needs to get better at fishing current. Today would be a great day to get better at fishing current.
It would indeed, Logan. It's not always indicative of an angler's skill overall how they do on a body of water. This is one of the, a newer body of water to him. He hasn't fished here a whole bunch. But after a pretty successful practice day, a tougher seeding day, he kind of did the same pattern but in different parts. Didn't turn out well, so he said, I'm going to go do it where I know, and that hasn't factored this morning yet. Can turn around quickly, but This midday portion is going to be very important. I believe they will reveal the weights to each other about midday.
The midday break.
And then they'll be able to evaluate what they need to do and change to cull up and be able to do that. And for Logan, he still has every fish that's over 12 inches goes to his bottom line, while Tucker is trying to incrementally work his way up. And right now he's got the second most weight of anyone we've seen over the first 2 days of competition here. And he's hooked up again. Maybe a striper, maybe a largemouth or spotted bass. Spotted bass.
Do what now?
I don't think it's gonna help, but we'll see.
Okay. One.
I don't believe that 1-1 will help.
No. Ooh.
Since this is bracketed competition and each match is different every day, weights are not carried over. Each match is a new game, so to speak. And but boy, he's had the day today.
Survival of the fittest each day of competition. 9 pounds plus today. Like we said, hey, you could have 15 pounds and lose your matchup by a pound. You could have 5 pounds and win your matchup by a pound. You never know, so you got to catch what you can catch to try to advance.
Tucker Smith doing what it takes. As we say, all he's got to do is beat one guy,
There we go.
Logan Parks, and he's doing that so far.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Well, FS1 is your home for the American League Divisional Series as the game's biggest stars fight their way to the pennant. It starts October 7th on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Can't wait to get October underway baseball-wise. Great races out there. And back on the Coosa River, we got 4 big matches, 4 races to make it to the semifinals going on right now. Bit of a gridlock there on the bridge.
It is. They're all watching this drone flying by our guy, Ben Oliver, and he is getting it done on the Coosa River as well. I thought that was you for a second, Tommy. You went and did that, shot some of that yesterday, but that was not the case. That's live drone.
No, the Dovetail Games people don't trust me with the drone.
Exactly.
I don't know why. It's probably a good decision, though.
Flying his jetpack around the bridges.
Yeah. Tucker Smith is having the best day of all of our 8 anglers so far here at the Bolden Dam.
Top 3 seeds from yesterday. Tristan McCormick, Tucker Smith, Stevie Mills are getting it done today.
Yep.
And the only difference is Connor Crosby, 4th right there overall, taking on Griffin Fernandez, still sitting on 0, and that's the only flip-flop of yesterday's weights. But that was the 4-5 matchup, so they were the closest anyways.
Right. Been fishing for just over 3 hours. They'll get 7.5, 8 hours of fishing in today. All the weights you're seeing are official. We are catch away and release today, and we'll be all the rest of the days of this tournament.
Ronnie, we've seen Tucker Smith's 3.5-pounder fishing today. McCormick had a 3 1/4. Do you expect to see a bigger fish in this event.
I could see an angler catching a couple threes throughout the week, but I think we can see a 4-pounder this week. It just depends on if someone can do it away from the dam. That will be huge. If you can catch one at the dam, that's probably to be expected, but someone's got to catch one away from the dam. It looks like Connor Crosby's hooked up right now. Maybe he got locked up in that log. Now it's out.
Oh, we got some changing conditions coming, Ronnie. It's going to be cloudy this afternoon. Tomorrow we have the rain coming.
That's what's huge for these anglers. Yesterday was totally different. It was a sunny day, sunny conditions. The practice day, Thursday, cloudy all day. And a lot of anglers said that is why they used yesterday as a second practice day for conditions-wise. So tomorrow will be much more conducive to other types of fishing other than at the dam.
Smith with another one. Probably won't even measure.
I don't think he's going to help.
Hayden Scott, part of our national championship team. Took him a while. He got on the board with a good one, though. Still trailing in his race to Bethel University's Tristan McCormick.
Striper. White bass. Oh, these are the worst.
Hayden can inch a little bit closer if this one's a keeper. And Tristan's not far from Tucker, but they're battling for signal, and it looks like Tucker's camera is a little stronger right at the moment, coverage-wise, and we'll hopefully get to see Tristan in action, our best angler from day one of seeding.
Yeah, very impressive
holding
day
his
from
own
him.
in his matchup today.
13 ounces. 13 ounces. Okay. Good.
Yep. Hank Weldon, Wayne, Hayden Scott's fish, 15 ounces.
Not by much. Yeah, I mean, you're one more closer to 5, but gonna have to get rid of one of those to make a run at this thing.
Hayden will inch a little bit closer. 2 pounds, 13 ounces now for his 2 fish. Tristan's at 4 for 6.5 pounds.
Crosby still ahead by the weight you see right there against his opponent, Griffin Fernandez, who's still yet to put one on the board.
I'm going to take this shirt off.
James Cobbs, Bass Trek says 0, but we've seen him catch some fish. We're getting that updated.
A couple of decent ones from him, have we not?
His 4 fish for 4 3/4 would have him 3 ounces behind Stevie Mills, who he has pitted up against. So it's very important. That might end up being the closest matchup of the day. It currently is, because Stevie has 5 for basically 5 pounds, and he has 4 for almost 5 pounds. So they're going to be deadlocked, and James still has 1 more to a limit.
Good look at the Bolden Dam there, and from Tucker Smith's camera. Pretty noisy place, a lot of generation, a lot of current going there.
And it's very important at a certain point up that canal, when you get closer to the dam, there's a buoy and there's a marker that you have to have your life jacket on when you're at this point closer to the dam for anyone in the boat, safety-wise. And so that's why we see Tucker sporting his life jacket and others not right now on the water.
shot with our Dovetail Games drone here. Griffin Fernandez. Griffin had a decent day in the seeding fishing yesterday, middle of the pack, but really needs to get something going today. Just has not had anything fire for him so far. Got plenty of time left, though.
That morning period is so important on getting a topwater bite. If you don't get a topwater bite, the clouds go away. What do you do from there? And we saw him lose that topwater fish earlier, and then making a bait change and a location change. We'll see if Griffin can jump back in as we get over to Stevie Mills, who's winning his matchup currently by a narrow margin over James Cobbs.
12 ounces. Good?
Yeah. 12-ounce largemouth for Steve Mills.
I don't know if that will upgrade for him. I don't think it will.
Probably not.
I think it's about the smallest fish that he's caught.
He's got about a pound average going. A little under a pound.
For James Cobbs, he's currently right behind him on the leaderboard. 3-ounce difference between those two. This one could be his fifth keeper, go straight to his total.
12-incher. Calm down, calm down. That land. Ooh, he got beat up.
That one did measure, so he's going to check it for weight right now. Again, he's in a very tight best match of the day right now between him and Stevie Mills.
That will give him the lead.
Little bitty.
In that matchup.
Now for James Cobbs. Tristan Mccormick, Ethel University. Hayden Scott on the board, though.
Got Stevie Mills and James Cobbs. Obviously, that is just 4 fish for James Cobbs. He just caught that 5th one before we came to this, so he will jump into that when we add another about a pound to his total. Tucker Smith over Logan Parks in what is a heavyweight close match, but seemingly a blowout this morning with Tucker getting started quick.
Griffin Fernandez still looking to get on the board today against Connor Crosby. Doesn't need a whole lot to catch up with Connor. He's just got to get something going. On this first day of competition, you got to survive this day. You got to win your match if you want to make it to the semifinals. Of course, the finals will be on Championship Monday, and at the end of that 2-angler matchup, we will have college angler headed to the Classic. More to come from the Coosa River when we return.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live. And I want to remind you that, there's been big strides in the last decades in college and high school fishing. And Ronnie, now we actually have on the boards a high school combine. Abu Garcia, Bassmaster High School Combine.
Decatur, Alabama, October 15th through the 17th. High school anglers from across the country will be able to get there and really show off their skills to coaches and other advisors of teams to kind of showcase their skills. And another way to showcase it, qualify for our high school national championship, compete there and show it off. And really that gives you a great reputation as you take your step forward into college. We've seen anglers go through that high school ranks into college, and now we see them on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we've watched them every step along the way.
Absolutely, as these more and more colleges offering more and more scholarships for bass fishing. They got to recruit just like everyone else. And this is another recruitment tool for those guys, another opportunity for high school students to show what they have, to go through a series of skill tests, to basically show where they are in their career as an angler.
Also, other things that go into recruiting to maybe get scholarships are your grades. You know, if you are top-notch in the classroom as you are on the water, you have the shot to get scholarships from many universities, and people will have their eyes on you. Trevor Mckinney last year, I've seen him grow from almost winning high school championships to winning everything possibly other than that in high school, getting to college, making it to the bracket, and then knocking it out and winning. Now, Tommy, with 2 Central Opens events left, he is 14th overall in the points, 22nd in the Central, still has a shot to qualify for next year's Elite Series. Got to see Cole Sands, long hair right there, holding the fish, compete on the Opens live last week, made the top 10 at Lake Norman.
That shot from the Harris chain last year. And the guy who had to be the #1 recruited high school college angler in the world a year and a half ago, Tucker Smith, is our #1 angler today in terms of weight, in terms of numbers, and leading his match. Crosby, he's had 3 in the live well for a while here. Leading in his match with Griffin Fernandez of Adrian College.
Right now we have 3 Auburn anglers who would win their matchup. If it ended right now, 1 Bethel angler would advance. And that would ensure, if 3 Auburn anglers advance today, it would ensure that one of them will make it to the bracket final, which would be the 5th bracket we've had with an Auburn angler in the final.
They're supposed to turn the water off at 9.
Tucker is exactly right. I was looking at the water generation schedule from the Walter Bolden Dam right there. Midnight, 1 generator turns on. We saw it all this morning. 9 o'clock, they're going to shut it off. It'll take a couple minutes for it to settle out.
Just trying to catch a bass.
And then back on at noon.
How about tomorrow? Unknown as yet?
Tomorrow, basically, 0 generators from takeoff time until 10 a.m. and then 1 will start back up. So, and then Monday they should have a generator on at takeoff time. So they should be able to have that for the whole day on Monday.
Yeah, this is a weekend with mild temperatures, no big demand for electricity, or increased demand anyway. So,
and a lot of this flow is also, they'll sometimes pull more water, Tommy, when rain is in the forecast, or they wait until rain comes and then they run it through so that the lakes and rivers can all be balanced out. They manage numerous locks and dams along that Coosa River.
Yeah, 7 of them to be exact.
And so I know Alabama's been hit over the last month with a lot of rain. That's why the water levels are normal to maybe a little high, but not high enough to reach the Jordan Dam, which we saw when they had the 100-year flood a couple years ago in the Elite Series, and they made it up to their uncharted territory, and we saw why.
Yeah. Pretty wild times. Some good fishing, though.
It was.
Down the river.
Stevie Mills in that tight match with James Cobbs.
Yep. Move spots, a little bit closer to the dam now. Got 5. Looking for a big one, 5 rats. Need to get them out of there, but feels good to have 5. You know, really relaxed, having a good time, not stressing. stressing about it's not going to help. So I'm just putting my head down and grinding it out. Hopefully we get a big one to bite. I think I'll definitely have an opportunity throughout the day. I don't think this bite really dies. I just think you gotta get around ones that want to eat. Probably gonna get out of this canal here in a little bit and move to some main river stuff. Might come back here and check again, depends. Just got this fluke in my hand. Probably gonna live and die by it. Definitely a confidence thing.
James Cobbs with his partner Connor Crosby actually caught the biggest limit of the final day of the College National Championship. Still felt
like
just
I said, there's a lot of fish in this canal, so it definitely reloads. Just missed one. There goes Tucker.
Looks like Tucker's leaving the dam. Mm-hmm. If Stevie has moved his way closer to the dam and Tucker's running past him, headed south.
Tucker's a wizard. He's had a lot of success in high school, and hats off to him for winning Team of the Year his freshman year. You know, it's a really big deal. A lot of guys fish their whole life to win Team of the Year, and it's really cool to, or their college career to win Team of the Year. It's one of the biggest accomplishments you can get in college, and to do it in a freshman year, you know, that's a big deal. And it's really cool how they changed it this year so that the Team of the Year could fish the bracket, and I know he's pumped about that. He's a super good fisherman, and he's on the same side of the bracket as me, so hopefully I get it done today, and either him or his partner will get it done, and maybe I'll get to knock one of them out.
That's a little
They're
bit
going to catch them, though, for sure.
A little bit of a taste of that. Yes, the 2-7 matchup, Tucker and Logan, unexpected. And then kind of your placement seating, you kind of look at everybody else and see maybe you project a little ahead, and Stevie's already done that. He's the 3-6 matchup. He would be on the same side as that 2-7 matchup, and you kind of project your path to the finals.
Ron, do you think anybody in our field is knowledgeable enough, like in the elites when they map out on day 1, 2, I'm going to fish here and manage fish or anything like that in this event, or are they just going in hoping for the best each day?
I think Tucker is playing it very smart. He's caught plenty of fish up there by the dam today, but almost having 10 pounds, knowing that 10 pounds was the highest weight yesterday, he now knows he can leave that and maybe explore some other areas. He has plenty of spots on the Coosa River to hit, and so for him, he can go explore those, see how they're acting today, maybe add an additional bonus fish or two, and then really see how he sits midday. And if he realizes, hey, I've got a big lead on my opponent, maybe I can start to actually crack this. But we've seen how that's caught up to some people and those comebacks happen. So Stevie Mills, James Cobbs, that matchup the closest so far today, and they're going to go hard as they can until the final whistle.
Some of the action from Stevie Mills through the course of this day. Junior from Dixon, Tennessee. One of the stalwarts of this year's edition of Bethel College Fishing.
That might not.
With Tucker leaving the dam, we may see a little bit of his teammate right here, Tristan Mccormick, up by the dam. We'll get to see a little bit of that action.
Good point.
But Stevie Mills, a good morning of bites so far, really lacking that above average keeper size fish though.
A little 5-hour energy trivia time for you before we take a break here. Here's the question. Which school's team had the biggest bag in the 2021 College national championship? Was it Adrian College, your national champions? Was it Bethel? Was it Auburn? Or was it Clemson? That's a good one. That's a head scratcher. We'll be back to pay it off in just a minute. Be right back here to the Coosa River.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
First day of this 3 days of head-to-head bracket competition on the famed Coosa River here in Alabama. That means we have 8 college qualifiers out there today. And hopefully for one of them at the end of the line is going to be a trip to the World Championship, Bassmaster Classic. Let's talk about our trivia question that we mentioned to you right before we took a break there. 5-hour Energy Daily trivia question was, which school's team had the biggest bag in the 2021 College National Championship? Was it Adrian, the national champions? Was it Bethel, finished in 2nd place? 3rd place, Auburn, or was it Clemson sneaking in there? We know that Adrian our winners had a 21-pound average, but Ronnie, was it, were they the ones that had the big one?
Well, Bethel had the big bag on day 1 because they led, but I have a tricky feeling that Such threw in Clemson for a reason. I feel like Clemson maybe had a big jump on day 2 to get back in the mix somewhere in the top 10. I'm not sure, but I'm going to go D Clemson because that one's tricky.
All right, I'm going to go C Auburn because I know they had the biggest bag on the final day, yet only managed to make it
You
to
were on the
3rd
right
place.
track, Ronnie, with Bethel leading on day 1. It was a big bag, 24.5 pounds.
See, he tricked you and then re-tricked you.
He did. He reverse psychology me. So I guess you just psychologied me. Yeah.
Not the first time.
Not the
I think
first
I
time.
put the poison in this.
Somewhere out there in the Coosa River, we find all of our 8 anglers locked in 4 big matches.
That sounds like fun.
Got to win today
Sounds
or
like a
you're
lot of
back
fun.
on the road.
And for Mills and McCormick, they would want nothing more than a bracket victory today and every day because they have finished 2nd in both college national championships this year. Runner-up in both, they would love to take a title.
Good deal.
Do you concur?
What'd you say?
So do you concur?
I concur.
14 ounces might actually help Stevie Mills here. He's got a less than 5-pound average among his 5 fish.
And he's been up all day. He does not know this. These anglers do not know where they stand right now. They may find out at the midday break when they do the reveal. That may also just be until the final day they may wait to do that. Just depends, but for these anglers, Stevie was in a good position. Limit had the lead in his matchup. Now he is behind with James Cobbs getting his.
Yeah, that will not make up his half-pound deficit to James Cobbs. Need to catch some more.
It's almost like they're just trying to bulldoze it instead of actually eat it.
Tucker Smith having made his move from the Bolden Dam where we watch him fill his bag, put a nice limit up there today.
Stay off my bait, that'd be great. Oh, there she is. Come on.
Is that a plainsman's hat, Ronnie? Is that what that symbolizes? They're the plainsmen also. They got 3 names for their team. The Tigers, War Eagle, Plainsmen.
Really?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know that.
You can look it up. Right, Such?
I've heard that somewhere before a long time ago.
I think I heard it. Tommy said it just now. That's where I've heard it.
That's
from.
a plainsman's
trust
hat.
you. Yeah, I'm going to trust you on that one.
They always say on the plains.
Hey, whether it's the Plainsmen, whether it's Crocodile Dundee, that's good company to keep for James Cobbs.
Absolutely.
You know? Topwater was mentioned by almost every single angler, something they would rely on throughout the week if they're not at the dam. We're getting our first look with Tristan McCormick. Had 10 pounds, 9 ounces yesterday to lead, get the top seed, and he is second currently with just under 7 pounds.
The morning started off good. Caught a 3-4, I think it was. Man, had 2 more big ones on and they just come off, but that's part of topwater fishing. Well, it's been kind of slow. We left the dam and get out here. We're gonna put the troll motor on high and cover a bunch of water and hopefully run into a few wolf packs of them. But it didn't start out how I wanted it to, for sure, but part of it. I'm sure Hayden's catching them. I'm sure he's got 15 already. So I'm gonna have to put it in gear and roll.
That's the funny thing about not knowing what your opponent has. Your wheels start turning, but Tristan's in a good spot right now, and you notice Tristan and Tucker, these 2 guys were both at the base of the dam. They're both the top 2 in weight overall. They're not matched up against each other, obviously. 2 most successful anglers today, but with that water shutting off at 9 o'clock, we're about 15 minutes after that portion, Tommy, that makes the fish at the dam, to explain it best, there are a bunch of boulders, bunch of rocks at the dam, little things that let fish get out of the current. They can hide behind it.
But it ain't nowhere
when the
close to
water
cloudy.
stops flowing, those fish can swim anywhere and everywhere. There's no reason they're going to hold behind this rock or that rock. They can go wherever they want, so it makes it much harder to pinpoint them, whereas Tucker had that one cast he kept catching fish on. No current means they're going to disperse, so they may as well disperse as well, and at noon they can go back.
Tristan graduated this year, senior, but did a lot of the work to make it here as a senior.
Has started to already travel the country and semi-pro series and trying to put his hat in the ring on qualifying for a professional league, and he would love nothing more. He said, man, put it plainly, like the Bassmaster Classics, everything. So to make it there this week would be huge for him. He would be one more step in his progression to becoming a pro.
There's a big specialty is offshore, using his electronics, that sort of thing. Native of Dixon, Tennessee.
For those just joining us, we've got 8 anglers competing here this week, 4 teams, the top 3 finishing teams in our national championship, and the team of the year, the overall standings team that got it done this year, break up into 8 individuals. They fished yesterday, Tommy. Their weight was stacked up and they were seeded 1 through 8, and we see these matchups and how they're paired up today. And it doesn't matter if you beat one person today. That's the only person you need to beat. You need to make sure you beat the person you're paired up against.
Tucker Smith, Connor Crosby leading in their matches. Tucker Smith with a big lead over his regular teammate throughout the season for Auburn. But there's still plenty more time to come. We are not even halfway done with this fishing day, which started about 6:30 a.m. local time, Central Time. There's plenty more on the way. 4 big games going out there trying to be among the 4 who will advance. We will pick it up after this.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Later today, it's another huge slate of college football on Fox. Join the big noon kickoff crew for the biggest pregame party of the weekend Live from Madison, followed by Big Noon Saturday as Wisconsin hosts number 14 Michigan and Spencer Rattler and the 4th-ranked Sooners facing K-State. It all starts today, 10 a.m. Eastern on Fox.
I'm going to do it, Tommy.
Okay.
I said I wasn't going to. I'm going to do it now. Both unranked teams, Wisconsin and K-State, going to get the upsets today.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see that come to pass. Thank you, Ronnie,
Whoa.
for the prediction. I'm getting dizzy here.
I know.
The Coosa River. It's all too much. So much history. The sport of bass fishing written here on this famed river in Alabama that heads up in Georgia and winds for 280 miles. This is the lower end of it we are concentrating on today. Some say the best part of the Coosa River. We've got 4 matches going on. 4 anglers will progress till tomorrow to the semifinal round, all in search of a ticket to the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic. Tristan Mccormick of Bethel University leading his match right now against Hayden Scott of Adrian College.
Tommy, I'll say some of my college football picks are based off of what I've witnessed on the field during these games, and then sometimes it's just my allegiances just don't. I can never just pick a team. I just can't do it, you know. So that's probably why my record's not as great as it could be.
Explanation.
Hey, if tomorrow I'm wrong,
yeah,
then it's status quo.
I may be wrong, but here's why.
Yes, exactly.
Turn the trolling motor off.
James Cobbs leading in his match with Stevie Mills. I mentioned McCormick in charge in his.
Looking for 3 or 4
Over
bites.
Hayden Scott. Logan Parks.
A little bit of a shock.
Trailing.
No matter
Taylor
how.
Smith, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Only 7th in the seeding yesterday, but that's still a little bit of a shock that he just got his first fish, a pound 2 ouncer during the break for Logan Parks.
But as you mentioned, Ronnie, we got 3 Auburn anglers leading their matches and 1 Bethel University as it stands now. But as we remind you, plenty more time for all of that to change.
Just chasing the bait. You can't rely on nothing you found in practice.
I'll show you something that happened just moments ago with Parks.
Number 1 for us.
One, 2. 1 pound, 2 ounces.
1, 2.
1, 2.
Gonna need to call him out, but it's a start.
Good to see Logan on the board. We want all our anglers to be on the board by the time the midday break comes around. That would be a good thing. We want good, tight matches today. Same thing tomorrow, and a grand finale on Monday. Something else from moments ago. Look at it. Wow. Good job there, Griffin Fernandez.
That'll make it
actually
up in a
already
hurry.
had one on the board, I believe. Right, Ronnie?
Yep, sounds about right. There
Nice
we go.
largemouth.
Nice little largemouth. That's a bonus. Didn't expect old Mr. Head to pop up over here. Dude, that's how they're supposed to eat it. That's what
That is a bonus for sure, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Not only getting a largemouth is key, but that it being that size, that can make up a huge difference in these one-on-one matchups this week.
Well, we're finally on the board after missing 3 or 4 this morning. It's the right size. I mean, that's the kind I've been looking for. It's what's been around these areas. Just haven't fished very clean. But it definitely feels good to get one like that. And it was a largemouth. I ain't caught a keeper largemouth yet this week, so that was pretty cool. And he crushed it.
He's a little Spicoli there for a minute, Mr. Bass, Mr. Hand. Got a bonus largemouth.
Didn't expect Mr. Hand to show up.
I should give him the lead in his match.
I think it
with
would,
Connor
wouldn't it?
Crosby.
Yeah. It's going to be a good close match now, for sure.
Yes, Such, I think someone will catch a pretty good largemouth this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
See, I
Yeah.
told you, see?
You're right.
I locked it in earlier, but now I'm for sure locking it in.
That's a big old osprey right there. Oh, he's got himself a shad. Show me where the bass at, Mr. Osprey.
What's very important, Tommy, we always want to know if there's ever a tie in the Bassmaster Elite Series on the final day. What do? We have a fish off. Well, if there's a tie on Monday, the final day, it is obviously going to be a fish off.
Sure.
But any other ties throughout the week, today or tomorrow, if you tie in your matchup, it is based off your seeding day. So that is why it's still crucial that they gave it their all yesterday, even if it wasn't an elimination day. Where you got seeded, the higher seed will advance. So what you did Friday
These
isn't
conditions are,
inconsequential.
like,
That is helpful
exactly
for the rest of the week.
like the first day of practice. So like it was like real like sticky and humid. It wasn't much wind. There's definitely more wind today, but like just constant cloud cover. But it wasn't like overwhelming. It's just that spotty stuff like it is right now. And yeah, like they were just chewing.
Griffin said all things being equal, most days he'd rather be flipping, but that's not going to be the case so much today. He said he's been tournament fishing for almost half his life.
The amount of growth you have in college when it comes to fishing compared to the rest of your life before that point it is ridiculous how much you learn. From your freshman to senior year of college, you grow probably 3 times in knowledge the amount you did when you were in high school. You get to fish on your own. You don't have a boat captain with you. You have to make up a game plan on your own and learn that. We obviously know Griffin Fernandez. That's going to be an interesting matchup. This has been the tightest matchup of the day so far, Stevie Mills and James Cobbs.
Back and forth this morning, these two.
Mills, that honestly might be his best fish of the day.
Needs to upgrade 6 ounces to tie. James Cobbs.
I would think if this is
Please go 2.
pound 9 or so, he could do that.
1 pound, 13 ounces.
113.
Yeah. Let's have another look at that one.
$113.
113.
At this point, it's kind of a scribble. This is that one spot I was telling you about. I caught something in practice. And then right over there is where I lost that stripe. And then hopefully that one was a stripe. I think it was a spot. So I don't think this bite's dying. You just got to get around a group. Like You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you just gotta put it in front of one. That's the main thing. Just put it in front.
A little bit of an upgrade there for Stevie. We'll see that pop in as well for his matchup. Dave's been going back and forth over the last 30 minutes to an hour. Stevie Mills and James Cobbs. But that top matchup, 1 versus 8, Tristan McCormick, it's status quo. McCormick with a solid lead right now, but Hayden Scott getting started.
You see how close that one is. Stevie Mills and James Cobbs. That one's probably closer based on that largemouth we just saw come in the boat. Tucker Smith just rolls on here.
Meanwhile, this one, that bonus largemouth, Griffin Fernandez hadn't caught one all week, not a keeper. Big one for him. That is going to make that matchup even more interesting. Limited bites, but bigger quality. We will be right back after this commercial break to see more action from the Coosa River.
The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Well, this is what we do to wrap up every fantastic Carhartt Bassmaster College season. The bracket championship. Finding one angler, identifying that one angler from the college ranks who can go and fish in the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic. Let's take a look at the state of Alabama, and our playing field is the lower part of the Coosa River below the Jordan and Bolden dams here. 7 dams on this river here. These are the last 2 in the line in this part of the Coosa River. The Coosa joins up with the Tallapoosa farther down to form the Alabama River is what we are concentrating on today. 4 matches going on right now, very essential matches. It's win or go home. If you are in one of these matches, Tristan McCormick leading his match over Hayden Scott of Hadrian College. Tristan from Bethel University, well known for college bass
Too
fishing.
deep. Just like that. Oh my gosh. That's embarrassing. It's a 2-pounder. That's funny. Right where he should have been. Yeah.
Look at this.
It might have been a little bit more than
Yeah.
a 2-pounder.
Gosh, that's retarded.
And for him having 6'9", he could be up to the 8.5 to 9-pound mark right there with Tucker pulling away in his matchup. And
Don't
man,
make
that
fun
just
of me on live
happens.
for that.
Tristan's laughing to keep from crying right now
Exactly,
a little
exactly.
bit. He knew that was a big one, a good one.
Yeah. Gosh, dude, that's so stupid.
Suits, you're always the lead change guy. You say the lead has changed this many times during the day on
Oh,
Bass
yeah,
Track.
yeah.
I want to know what matchup has the most lead changes, because Stevie Mills back on top of his matchup
Yeah,
versus James Cobbs, and now Griffin has passed Connor in their matchup.
The big fish today, a 310.
Tommy, we got to do it one more time.
What's
Just
had it down
because
his throat,
he doesn't
too,
have a
sad part.
limit, and it's looming large to make sure you get as many fish to your limit as
I
you
guess
can.
so. Let's have another look at it. Let's just marinate in it for a little bit here.
That's just a momentum deal. It came off when he grabbed his line to stop the fish, and the fish kept going. But like he said, that's where the fish was supposed to be. That's a good decision, a good cast, a good presentation, and
Plenty of
confidence.
upside to that.
Yes.
He's around him. It's a big part of the deal here. Let's get over to Connor Crosby. Connor now, we believe, is trailing in his match against Griffin Fernandez.
1 fish for Griffin for 3 pounds, 10 ounces. 4 fish for Connor for 3 pounds, 9 ounces. That is the difference in 3 or 4 spotted bass versus 1 largemouth this week.
There we go. A little bit better.
He didn't wait long to get it, did he?
Hit it right when they hit the water. That's how they were eating it in practice. Did you get that blow up on camera? Ah. Oh, God. Hooks are in them. He was not gonna get off, that was sure. Ready?
Yeah. £1.
Wow.
1 pound.
1 pound.
1 pound doesn't seem like a lot, but that will now put Connor back on top of his matchup with Griffin Fernandez as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy, I wanted to break it down. This is our 11th year of sending an angler from the Bassmaster College Series into the Bassmaster Classic, the Super Bowl of the sport, the biggest event. And this is the list of them. And this is a very, very good list of anglers, even including Trevor Mckinney, our most recent one in 2020. We have 6 current pros in this list out of 10 anglers. One more just punched their ticket, Jacob Fouts, this year. He did it last week at Lake Norman in the Opens. John Garrett and Trevor Mckinney still have a chance to do so this season. So we could have almost 8 of our last 10 college representatives in a professional fishing league. And so joining the Bassmaster Elite Series is a big deal for these anglers. And this will be the possible 3rd angler to come from Auburn, if one of the Auburn anglers makes it, or a Bethel University angler. These 2 schools have pumped out 2 different college bracket champions that have represented these schools at the largest stage of the Bassmaster Classic, with Tristan Mccormick and Stevie Mills. They're hoping to represent for Bethel. And then we have 4 different anglers, a couple of them winning their matchups already today for Auburn University. So, Tommy, hey, if you want to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, you got to probably do well in the College Series, and we're seeing that play out big time from these anglers today.
If nothing else, it means you finished strong because you've done well in the national championship, and except for this year, a new wrinkle for that. But Tristan McCormick's not thinking about that right now.
No,
he's still thinking about that bass that came off.
The only real blemish on his record today, he's fished a pretty good morning, had a great day yesterday, the #1 seed coming in his 1 versus 8 matchup. He's still winning that. That would have been a great 5th keeper to put in the boat, though, for him. And we might replay it just as many times as that fish weighs ounces, you know?
That's right.
While that was happening, though, his opponent, Hayden Scott, landed one, his 3rd.
It'll be very interesting. But like we said, hey, you want to make the Bassmaster Elite Series, you got to do it from the College Series, and you could join one of the many 20 anglers on the Elites from the College Series. We'll be right back with more from the College Classic Bracket.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Carhartt Bassmaster bracket competition moves on here. We're talking about this theme of this being a stepping stone into professional, having a job as a professional fisherman. How about Tyler Yvette, do-it-yourself guy at Nicholls State, started his own college team and fished in the national championship each and every year.
All 5 years of his College Series, he did it. He's got that never-give-up mentality, and hey, he made his first Bassmaster Classic via the Opens win last week. He is now in the Bassmaster Classic. We also have Rookie of the Years that have made it. Jake Whitaker, he never won the Classic bracket, but it competed in 2 of them. Really proved his stake there. Yeah, national champion at UNC Charlotte. We've got 16 current Elite Series pros from the College Series, and we're going to have 2 or 3 more qualify.
How about Brett Pruitt, Lake Chattooga, I believe it was. He did not win the national championship, went out there in the bracket and won that deal.
Louisiana Monroe, we've got schools from across the nation. We have showed right there Louisiana Monroe, Nicholls State, UNC Charlotte. We have Bethel, Auburn, Adrian College. Teams from all across the country have a shot when it's an equal playing field. One-on-one, head-to-head in the bracket. You never know what's going to happen, and you can really make your case for, hey, I'm the next big thing right here.
It is really a different animal than the national championship, and that's what makes the end of the season so great for college bass fishing. And we are experiencing that today with some great tight matches. Stevie Mills been involved in one all day long with James Cobbs of Auburn, Stevie from Bethel University.
Gosh, dude, they run so fast. It's a little bit fatter.
I don't know if that'll help him, but with him having a couple 1-pounders, that one maybe being a little fatter, these spotted bass just weigh different. Even if they're barely keepers, they could weigh bigger than a longer one, so. Might as well check it.
14 ounces. Man, they just hit that 14 and don't go any higher.
Won't do it. I mean,
every ounce is essential. We've seen that before in bracket competition in years past. Tucker Smith has the best day so far with almost 10 pounds. Second place is Tristan Mccormick as far as poundage goes, and it could be a lot more for him were it not for that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
For Stevie Mills, his teammate, we saw that 14-ouncer not call up because that is his smallest. He has a 15-ouncer and a 14-ouncer, everything else over a pound. He'll start to weed through those. He needs one good bite.
Tristan hooked up again.
Gosh, Lee, about freaking did it again.
This will be number 5 for him.
Chill out, Tristan. You're fine. No, you're good. Zeroed? No. One four.
Yep.
1-4. Oh, he come out of there like a freaking screaming eagle.
Yeah, that's his 5th keeper. Yeah, because
oh,
of
that's
that.
Right. Yeah,
because
yeah,
of that lost
exactly.
fish.
The lost
Still flipping a jig. That was a spot right there. The first one was a largemouth. I might just put this thing in my hand for a little bit and see what happens. Flipping these trees, a little current breaks around these trees. Actually, that one was sitting right here on this stump right here. It makes a little seam. He was just sitting right there on the seam. See if there's any more with him. There usually is. There's one more on it if he'll bite. Only bad part is that current takes that jig, gets it hung up a lot.
This matchup's gotten a lot more interesting over the last hour, Tommy, from Hayden going from no fish to now 4 fish for 4.5 pounds. Tristan now getting up to 7 pounds, 13 ounces. That's important for him. He's getting closer to where Hayden's gonna need a kicker. And if you can trap someone out basically and say, hey, they gotta catch a 3 to 3.5 pounder, that's gonna help you as the leading angler of your group.
So Right now we're fishing a lot of channel swinging banks right now, just flipping around a buzzbait, trying to get bit. It's really not very easy. A lot of size out here, but if you can cover enough water, bite goes up. As much bank as I can get him to react.
Hayden Scott, the junior from Ann Arbor, Michigan here, tournament fishing for 6 years. Says, I can adapt to conditions, and he's done that today. Really had nothing going to start the day for the first hour or two, and was able to get a little something going on now, and has closed a little bit on Tristan here. And again, if you're lucky enough or good enough to prevail in your match today, everything is, the slate is cleaned. It's a brand new game as you begin the semifinal round. There'll be 2 matchups tomorrow. Just joining us today, we followed this morning Tristan McCormick and Tucker Smith, our 2 leaders in terms of pounds, starting their day at the Bolden Dam.
Tristan started with about a 3-pounder and has caught 3 1-pounders since, 4 1-pounders since. So that 2 and change that flew out of the boat for him would have been a definite upgrade to his day so far, but that is the deal. Now that they've transitioned away from that direct flow of current from the dam, any of that residual water movement, because you think about it.
The slug keeps going. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you shut the water off, but that doesn't mean that your faucet or your drain pipes in your house are empty. The water still has to flow down, and the same thing for the river. It takes probably about an hour or so for it to get pretty good ways down there, and so what you do, you run south of that dam and you start stopping at those different trees and rock jetties and things that will cause a current break, and those fish will still be positioned. It's almost like a tide. As the water comes in and out of a tidal fishery or the beach, when the tide comes in and out, you can really position yourself in a good spot.
You saw that matchup between McCormick and Scott tightening up right there. 2-pound difference between them, 1 fish, 1 keeper, if you will. Match today, Stevie Mills of Bethel versus James Cobbs of Auburn.
Stevie has definitely put in the most fish today other than Tucker Smith. It's just his size has not been there. It's hard to put down what's working, knowing that you could possibly work through some smaller fish and get a bigger fish wherever you place your bait.
I know that was nerve-wracking, wasn't it?
Bro.
Barely.
Did you see that?
Oh my gosh. This thing weighs. Come on, be over a pound.
14 ounces is his smallest.
1 pound, 5 ounces.
Take it. Oh, shit.
1.5. Give him about a 7-ounce upgrade. Widening that gap to the lead just a little bit more.
Thank you, thank you.
James Cobbs still within a pound.
That's the difference now. A pound of culling is significantly more than a pound of straight to the total now that a lot of these guys are filling their 5-fish limit. A little bit tougher, but there will be a time. Like you said, Such, the clouds roll in this afternoon. could do an uptick in fish catches.
Griffin Fernandez on the move. 4 of our 8 anglers officially have limits on their card for today. All the weights we have are official. And it's getting closer and closer, it seems, as we get closer to the midday point here on the Coosa River.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
The FS1 is your home for the American League Divisional Series. As the game's biggest stars fight their way to the pennant. It all starts October 7th on FS1 and Fox Sports app. Big-time stuff on the way next week, that is for sure, in the world of baseball and the world of fishing. A very important tradition for the past 10 years, as Ronnie Moore mentioned earlier. Sending one of our college anglers to the World Championship, and it's done via this bracketed competition. So we have 4 matches going on out there today. This quarterfinals day. Here's Hayden Scott. Looking for his 4th fish.
Sorry, I got it.
Red. One three. Good job.
Oh, sorry, Kyle.
Gives him a total of 5'11" for his 5 fish.
About 2 pounds, 2 ounces behind Tristan McCormick, so that'll be interesting once McCormick's updates from 6'9".
Trolling motor's getting workout. Batteries, really.
Tucker Smith of Auburn in the upper left still has the heaviest weight from today. That was all collected
now
at his first spot there near the Bolden Dam. First area, anyway.
Ronnie, you may be right. He's kind of moved around up the other arm and exploring some other things.
When I said, are you going to stick to the Coosa? I asked everybody that. A couple people did say they would wander down to the Alabama River portion of it and fish that. Not anyone. No one mentioned the Tallapoosa.
No Tallapoosa.
So we may see, though, with conditions change, more cloud cover and rain the next few days, that may flow a little more. That may be a little more conducive for it.
What time we stopping? 10:45.
Tucker Smith's 9 pounds, 6 ounces, still a very big margin over his opponent. Also happens to be his teammate from the season, Logan Parks at Auburn. So Tucker's hooked up here.
Be his first bite away from the dam. Should be a good sign for him.
I don't know how big it is. Might have him hooked funny. I think I got a bass hooked funny.
Tucker's had to deal with some off-brand today, white bass, stripers, all in the mix.
Come here, don't come off, don't
It's a
come
bass,
off.
though, a good one.
On a wake
Ooh.
bait, yeah.
Wow.
That counts as a catch.
That's a good spotted bass. Might be the biggest spotted bass we've seen so far.
115. 115. Look how stocky that thing is. They're so pretty.
This Coosa River spotted bass to improve already pretty admirable situation of Tucker Smith right now. Let's look at our Alabama Power weather watch right now. A high today of 82 expected. Don't think we're quite there yet. Low of 69 tonight. And tomorrow, clouds with thunderstorms, as has been mentioned, which, how will that change things, Ronnie?
I think a lot of these anglers are going to lock a topwater in their hand. They're going to know some intel from today, a little bit of yesterday with the sunny conditions, but they're going to remember what they found on Thursday of practice, the one day that they've had cloudy all day long, and a little bit of rain. That'll help that morning bite prolong much more into the day. Keep those fish active towards the surface, especially when there's not any current flowing. That'll be one positive, conducive thing. And that'll be important because tomorrow they have one generator, I believe, that opens up at midnight, and then it shuts back off at 1 a.m., so 1 hour of generation, and it does not turn back on until 10 a.m. So right now would be the time that the generator tomorrow starts up, whereas today it turned off at this time. So that morning period will be huge. Yes, yeah, they'll have it for the rest of the afternoon, whereas today they miss it for most of the mid-morning portion. But a couple anglers started close to Wetumpka in the takeoff area today because of that. You don't want to run 30 minutes to your primary area and then the clouds are gone, it's sunny again, and you miss out on that window. So they wanted to maximize that and fish close. So tomorrow they'll be able to invest time in that run and still have that morning cloud cover.
Crosby's had a couple of nice blow-ups this morning on his top water. He's trying to show us another one right here.
With 4 fish for 3.9, he's still 1 ounce behind.
Feels all right, don't it?
Griffin's 1 fish.
Y'all wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's our tightest match, Fernandez and Crosby.
Yeah, no kidding. Probably about to go to that other side and mess around for a minute.
That spotted bass did call for Tucker Smith, up over 10 pounds now, 10 pounds, 2 ounces.
Pretty good lead over Hayden Scott, who's got 5'11".
There should be a stud on it. I better troll over there. My battery's getting a little iffy. Or motor over there. There's just so much current. You're always in it. We on right now? No. Did he say no? All right.
Stevie's going to make a little bit of a move. He said he had some low batteries, which dealing in current's probably not going to be the best thing for the afternoon. He may need to get that figured out. Head over to Logan Parks. Slow morning for him. Slow last 2 days for him overall.
Yeah. In his match with Tucker Smith, who's having the best day of all so far. So Logan's got a hill to climb before it's all said and done today, for sure. Just saw Tucker put a really nice spotted bass in the boat. Weigh it and move up past 10 pounds.
I need one of those 4-pound spots.
Stressful Saturday in October for these 8 college anglers out here, but a great opportunity for them as well. Each and every one of them, because one of them will go to the Bassmaster Classic 2022 at Lake Hartwell. 5-hour energy trivia time. Which of these actors lived in our headquarters here, Wetumpka, Alabama? Was it Channing Tatum, Louise Fletcher, Nell Carter, or Courtney Cox?
Tommy, I'm 1 for 2 on these, Tommy, so I'm definitely going to need to mull this one over.
Well, we switched from fishermen to actors, but that's fine. Make your choices. We'll be back.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Rare and wonderful opportunity for head-to-head bass fishing competition. That's a tradition here at the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket. 8 hopefuls who distinguished themselves through the 2021 season. One of them will be headed to the World Championship when it's all said and done. Glad you're with us this morning. We've got a 5-hour energy trivia question that we posed before the break. Here it was. We've switched to actors. Thank you, Such. Which of these actors lived in Wetumpka? Is it Channing Tatum, Louise Fletcher, Nell Carter, or Courtney Cox? That's a good question, Ronnie. What do you think?
Hey, Such, you want to go first since you know the answer?
Yeah, I'll go first. I'll clue
No.
you.
I'll go with Courtney Cox.
Courtney Cox, okay. I'll say, Louise Fletcher. Louise Fletcher was in
One Flew Over the
One Flew Over the
Cuckoo's
Cuckoo's.
Nest.
She was the nurse.
Shit.
She was a nurse in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's.
Channing
Tatum.
Channing Tatum. Was born in Coleman, grew up part of his youth in Wetumpka.
Nope, see, that
Still
doesn't
has
count.
family there.
See, that doesn't count.
He's got a house and family there.
I was
That
only
counts.
thinking of birthplace, Such. That's why I was messed up, yeah.
All the other 3 were born in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
Take a look at our playing field. We'll show you Wetumpka, Alabama, because it's on the lower end of the Coosa River. Charming town here, and that is our headquarters there. We are fishing all the way down to the confluence with the Tallapoosa, all the way up to the Bolden Dam, as far as that. 4 matches going on quarterfinals day today. You have to win in order to advance to the semis. One of the best matches all day long has been this one. Bethel University Stevie Mills.
James Cobbs.
Yeah,
They've been
James
neck and
Cobb
neck.
Bobbard. This is Mills.
His last 2 fish have been his best 2 fish, it seems. So this afternoon, that sun has positioned there's a little bit of shade I saw him catch that fish out of.
1 pound 3 ounces.
Bit by bit, just every little coal is helping. 6:13 for Stevie Mills now versus James Cobbs, 5 for 5.7. About a 1.5 pound lead over him right now.
Had a pound previously. He's expanding that a little bit. He's moved into 2nd place as far as our entire group goes. Of course, that doesn't matter. All that matters is win your match or not. Let's get out to Connor Crosby.
Sitting 1 ounce behind.
1 ounce behind Griffin Fernandez. Griffin Fernandez, our reigning national champion. Connor and his fishing partner, James Cobbs, 2nd place. Excuse me, 3rd place in the national championship on the St. Lawrence.
They had a big move, though. They started day 1 in 22nd place up on the St. Lawrence and got in the top 10 and then got here, 3rd place.
Figured something out.
This will be Connor's 5th fish, which will most definitely give him the lead in his matchup, being 1 ounce down right now.
Yeah, he and Fernandez both, before this fish came on, had 3 on the card.
Largemouth keeper for Connor. A little bit of audio difficulty, but Connor's going to definitely, like you said, the difference in one big largemouth. Connor now has, that's not necessarily a great big largemouth, but a 2+ pound, maybe 2.5 pound largemouth. That helps a bunch because Griffin has that 310, that single fish that is keeping him in his matchup.
Nice one there. Good keeper for Connor Crosby.
Get to see what that one weighs when it goes into bass track.
Not a whole lot of rods on his deck, and he's kept that topwater pretty handy today.
Ronnie, he's an ounce shy of 6 pounds, Connor Crosby is.
Did you see him?
Is that the one you was casting there?
I didn't see him, but
it was a 2.6 then, right Tommy. That largemouth was a 2.6 for Connor.
Small one here for Mills. Let's see if it did measure, apparently.
Will not call. That's his smallest. Is a 1 pound even. It's very interesting. Now the top 4 in our leaderboard are all winning their individual matchups. Sometimes that's not the case. You have the 4th highest weight, but you're right behind the guy who's beating you in your matchup.
Six of the 8 have limits right now.
Tucker Smith made the most headway early on today. Got 9 pounds plus. Caught and weighed early on. Has been leading his matchup all day long. I've not seen him upgrade since he left the Bolden Dam area. No, I'm sorry, we did see him upgrade one time.
Yep, that's right. Got over 10 pounds.
Yeah, that's right.
I believe for safety concerns, that is the upper boundary going up towards the Jordan Dam because of all the rocks and the shoals and the low water up there. This bridge, you cannot go and fish past it. It is basically a brick wall of an off limits.
Nah. 1, 2.
There's grade 3 and 4 whitewater rapids up that way, Ronnie. They use it as the end of a triathlon in town, of a run and bike and paddle race.
We have seen pro anglers, Elite Series anglers, so forth, using jet boats and so forth to bite off as much as they could possibly get of that portion of the Coosa River in tournaments past.
The water's got to be up a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, probably a little more than what we've got now in October.
Yeah, when we've seen it almost at its highest in tournament competition, it still wasn't high enough.
Still risky to run up there.
Yeah, it is fraught with hazards, for sure.
We now see Tristan McCormick's fish has popped in. We figured out the disconnect there, and he is winning his matchup. And looking at our 4-box, all 4 of these guys winning their matchups right now. We've got Auburn's Tucker Smith in the top left, Stevie Mills, Bethel University top right, Bethel University's Tristan McCormick on the bottom left, and Auburn's Connor Crosby in the bottom right. We would have an Auburn versus Bethel semifinals because they would be on separate sides of the bracket, Tucker versus Stevie, Tristan versus Connor, if it worked out this way.
But that is conjecture at this
Yes,
moment.
well,
that is speculation.
Every hour it's seemingly changed, except for Tucker and Tristan, who have had their leads since the early.
Am I allowed to check generation schedules or anything like that, or no?
I believe that's permissible, along with weather.
That would be a safety consideration.
Yep. Generation schedule
you can't
and
prohibit that.
and weather are two aspects that change and can affect navigation.
Mm-hmm.
They will take a break in about 15 minutes, and I believe I'll get confirmation they will reveal the weights of their competitor.
So they'll know where they stand in their match.
In the boat, they don't have to run back to weigh in. They'll just pause on their boat, reveal the weights, and then continue fishing after a certain point. So we'll get to hear maybe some interviews and some conjecture from each of them about, hey, I thought I was doing terribly, but I'm leading my matchup, handily, or I need some work to do. I'm gonna do this. Game plans change. Obviously, the 4 guys who are losing their matchups currently are probably already thinking about changes they need to make because they're not catching them the way they want to be.
And it could be that they all think they're losing their match.
Exactly. Yeah. Tristan said on camera he thought Hayden had about 10 pounds more than what we know Hayden has, so you just never know.
That's just natural.
Oh. I had one little one bite it and pull me into some rock or something. Jeez. For a second, I thought that was gonna be a nice one.
Well, there you're looking at them, the 4 matches we have going on, 4 games in which the winner of each will advance to the semifinals. Tristan Mccormick, the lead over Hayden Scott, but not the lead it was an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Stevie Mills, James Cobbs, that's still a tight one, Ronnie.
That is, they've gone back and forth. This is the one where, hey, Stevie had been catching a lot of fish, but a lot of less than 1 pound fish. Cobbs had a chance to really jump up there, but Stevie's solidified it. And then Tucker Smith, Logan Parks. Logan really hasn't gotten anything going the last 2 days, the seeding day or day 1 of bracketed competition today. We'll see how that plays out.
Griffin Fernandez had a slow start to his day, but got back on track with Connor Crosby. We saw him upgrade in a couple of times in the last hour and a half. So that one, still plenty tight and way too close to call. No one's locked it out yet. We'll be back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, it is a huge slate of college football on Fox. Join the Big Noon Kickoff crew for the biggest pregame party of the weekend, live from Madison, followed by Big Noon Saturday as Wisconsin hosts number 14 Michigan. Then Spencer Rattler, the 4th-ranked Sooners, facing K-State. That started today at 10 a.m. Eastern over on Fox. Get back to our Carhartt Bassmaster college bracket competition for 2021. See who's going to the Classic to represent the college fishing world. In the World Championship, there's playing field right there, and our Garmin Unlock the Lake shows us the fabulous Coosa River, 280 miles of it in total, where you find lakes like Jordan and Mitchell, Lay Lake, Logan Martin, Neely, Henry. We're concentrating on this lower, below Lake Jordan, below the Golden Dam, all the way down to the confluence of the Tallapoosa and beyond the Alabama River. Fascinating place, great, legendary spotted bass fishing. They seem to have their own sort of subspecies of spotted bass here who deal with a lot of current on a daily basis.
And it's two different bodies of water. When there's current flowing, those fish position a certain place. When there is no current flowing, it's a totally different body of water. So we will see how these anglers have adjusted over the last 2 hours. We've seen some anglers who struggled when there was current flowing. Now that it's stopped, they've caught back up. Meanwhile, some anglers have extended their lead during it. And so it's kind of a watch and see, and you have to figure it out. And these anglers are going to all know in just a few minutes where they stand in their matchup and what adjustments need to be had, because, hey, there is no tomorrow for some of these anglers. They have to get it done today.
Smaller one there for Tristan McCormick. I don't know. Well, he's a big guy. It's hard to tell whether it might measure or not.
I think he has one fish less than a pound in his 5-fish limit.
Gotcha.
But that one won't do it.
Tristan leading his matchup with Hayden Scott of Adrian College. Connor Crosby, lower right, leading in his matchup. Griffin Fernandez, Adrian College. Tucker Smith, big lead in his head-to-head matchup today, and Stevie Mills leading as well.
So if you don't have them over the side of the boat by break time, then you have to let them back go. Whew. Man, that'd be a shame to hook a 4-pounder on this light line.
We've seen those last-second catches.
Oh, yeah.
I remember and pardon me if Nolan Miner or Nick Ratliff's watching, because they will remember this vividly, but the back and forth in the last 15 minutes.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
And this is the important
Kansas,
thing.
yeah.
When we were in Milford Lake in Kansas, I believe that was the 2018 bracket going to the 2019 Classic. These anglers found out midday in the finals. Ratliff had a huge lead on Nolan Miner. Nolan only had one fish. Nolan made a huge comeback in the second half of the day, ended up getting into the lead. The last 15 minutes, Ratliff catches a fish, takes the lead. Nolan catches one, takes it back. Ratliff one more catch in the final 5 minutes to win the bracket and to win all that comes with it. The Classic spot, $17,000 basically, a truck and a boat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Best final match ever, I'd say.
Yes, sir.
I would
Remember
agree
that
with
one well.
Gotcha.
Coming up, as we mentioned, on the midday break here. It's going to be 10:45 local time. And it's a very important time because, as you mentioned, Ronnie, they are going to reveal to everyone where they stand in their match. Up to now, they have had no idea whether they've had the lead, whether they've been trailing by several pounds. So this will make things a lot more clear. It'll be interesting to see their reactions when they get the news.
Yeah, and you get to see the nerves come out of it, like, oh, I'm doing better than I thought. And they relax and kind of let their guard down. And then some anglers who are like, I'm only up by a pound. It's time to burn whatever I have to make sure I advance.
Can't leave anything on the table today.
Starts to go through your mind as well. If you're a 5th-year senior or a 4th-year senior and you're done, this could be my last day. It went through I will tell you that 2015 at Barkley Lake in Tennessee, I knew every cast I was losing a cast for college. Like I was done. This is it. I got an hour left. I have 30 minutes left, and this is your last couple casts of your college series. You can't go back and do this series. Once you're out, you're out.
You saying you got a little verklempt at the end there, Ronnie?
Hey, that's people who leave college early in other sports and go pro. They can't get that college time back. It's the same for fishing. You just
yeah. Well, I mean, it was pretty good morning. We caught a bunch of fish, one good one, and you know, I think the smallest one's right under 1.5 pounds, I think. So, you know, I'm just gonna keep grinding it out. We've got a good bit of time to try to upgrade, so I'm gonna keep fishing. Hopefully, we get some more clouds. It's getting hot, but yeah, we're just gonna keep looking for a big one. Hopefully, we can get a big one and separate ourselves from everybody else. So we'll see how it goes.
I guess you want to know.
Is it 45? What does Logan have?
Let's see.
All right, so Tucker is actually leading. He has 5 fish for 10 pounds, 2 ounces.
Okay.
And then I have you with 1 pound, 2 ounces. Do you want to know how everyone else is doing?
Yeah, how are James and Connor doing?
Connor has 5 for 5.15, and James has 5 for 5.7.
Are they winning or losing their matchups?
You're making this very suspicious.
So who is Connor matched up with?
It should be against Griffin.
kind of finding out their deal there. Logan wasn't necessarily pleased. He knew he was behind.
The ones I lost. Just look forward to the next bite. Hope the good Lord lets me get it in.
If they just haven't gotten the bites.
In the shade.
Ready?
No, but
No? Okay. Your score. Do you want Tristan's or your score first?
Tristan's.
He has 5. Oh, let me check. Make sure we are good there. Yeah, he's got 5 for 7 pounds, 13 ounces. And you have, like I told you, 5 for 5 pounds, 11 ounces. You want to know anybody else's score?
Can I see what his fish weights are? Or no?
Here, let me see. Yeah, I can tell you that. Here, he has a...
Hank Weldon and the rest of the officials giving the little updates there. Everybody wants a little bit of a thing. How are my teammates doing? What are the individual fish that guy had? Does he have a big one? That's the key. Does he have a big kicker? And for Tristan Mccormick, Hayden Scott, we saw that right there. Tristan does have about a 2 pound, 2 ounce lead. Both have their limits though, so it's only culling up from there.
Stevie Mills and James Cobb leading a little bit closer than that. Pound and change, the lead Mills has over James Cobbs. Tucker Smith, big lead over Logan Park.
Yeah, that's the big shock there, and we'll see how Logan rebounds from it, what adjustments he makes, because this could be his last day of the bracket. We'll see if he can adjust and rebound. And Griffin Fernandez, one key fish, has him in this game still. 5 fish for Connor Crosby, but only a 2 pound lead over Griffin, who has 1 fish.
This is day number 1, and we're only halfway through, folks. 4 matches going on, and they are not done yet. Well, thank you very much. Of course, NASCAR on the way. Big time excitement coming up. We got a whole half day of excitement yet to happen here in this first round. Quarterfinal rounds with 4 matches going on today. And our Carhartt Bassmaster bracket competition to decide who goes to the Classic. Let's take a look at the day for James Cobbs of Auburn in the plainsman hat there. He started out his day. I think he still got it on today.
Cobbs was one that was very excited about the types of fishing you're going to do here on the Coosa River. He likes shallow power fishing and started off slow a little bit, a bunch of 1-pounders, but he started to catch a little bit better size, filled his limit, and made that matchup with him and Stevie Mills one that was the tightest so far today.
Slow off the start. Good recovery for Cobbs. Here's Hayden Scott,
who's one of our last anglers to get a fish on the board. He's matched up against our top seed, Tristan Mccormick. But for Hayden Scott, he had a great flurry. He made a move. He was fishing up by the dam where everybody else was, made a move all the way down to the south boundary, down in Montgomery, Alabama. Ended up catching multiple fish and put himself in a good position, Tommy, for this second half of the day now that the reveal's been made.
For the 8th seed, man, coming back on the top seed there. That is good work on the part of Hayden Scott.
13 ounces.
Okay. That's just a 2-pound, 2-ounce deficit to Tristan McCormick. And their matchup is 5 for 5'11". You can see we've seen a lot of different types of topwater. We've seen walk-in topwaters. We've seen flukes and soft plastic jerkbait. We've seen a buzzbait from Hayden Scott all morning.
Here's Connor Crosby, Auburn University, matching up against the reigning national champion Griffin Fernandez, Adrian College.
He too sported the plainsman's hat for a little while there this morning. Grew up on the Chattahoochee, which is the river coming out of West Point, flows into Lake Seminole, splits Georgia and Alabama, so he's used to fishing shoals and current eddies and spots like that. For a while there, Connor was a little bit behind in his matchup, but a flurry of fish and a key keeper at the end of the round. That largemouth will loom big for him as he is now in the lead in his matchup against Griffin Fernandez.
Some good topwater bites today along the way, so it's been fun hanging around in the boat with Connor Crosby of Auburn. Here we go, Stevie Mills, Bethel University.
Overall, the third most weight that we've seen in the early portion, half of our day one of competition. Got the third most weight, and he is winning his matchup. A lot of spotted bass feeding on shad, and he has mimicked that to perfection with a Zoom Super Fluke. Been throwing that more like a topwater, just barely under the surface at times. Catching a lot of spotted bass. He is matched up against James Cobbs, who we mentioned. He has a limit for 5'7". Stevie, though, a limit for 6'13", about a pound, 6 ounces ahead in his matchup.
He is not safe. He has not closed the deal yet. And in fact, neither have any of our competitors at this point. We're still, remember, just at the halfway point of this day. Conditions change.
This second half, Tommy, we'll really learn a lot about these anglers. We'll learn who's going to make the adjustment, who's going to be smart and maybe go practice some other areas and look for some more fish for tomorrow. That can burn you at times if you take your foot off the pedal, but exploring new areas is very important to make sure you have plenty of spots. For some of these guys, they will make a key adjustment and get back in their matchup this afternoon. Now for the leaders, they want to make sure they don't surrender that lead going into the last 3 hours or so of competition.
Mills, the junior, was 6 pounds and 13 ounces. Gotten the job done this morning. Here's our qualifier, our top seed, Tristan McCormick, Bethel University.
This is not the kind of highlight you want. Some would call it a low light. 4 fish in the box and bounces a solid keeper, his second best keep of the day. Bounced it out of the boat. Rebounded very well, though. Kept his head on straight, stuck to the jig on the trees. Those trees have current flowing by them. And those fish positioned behind it. McCormick lands his 5th keeper. Very key for his first half. And he told him right there, chill out. Everything, it's okay. I'm doing all right, and he has done so. Winning his matchup against Hayden Scott right now.
Started his day with a good one up at the Bolden Dam, so that took a little bit of pressure off.
For the top seed, you want to duplicate the success you had from day one, the seeding day. He had 10 pounds, 9 ounces. Hayden Scott only had 3-9, but Hayden already has more than that today. Tristan wants to inch his way up there. Whether you win with 6 pounds to 5 pounds or 10 pounds to 9 pounds, you want to win. You want to get that victory.
Tucker Smith, what a morning.
Let's go.
Best performer so far, 10 pounds, 2 ounces. Big thanks to that fish right there, a 3-pound, 7-ounce largemouth. A bonus fish for him. He had caught nothing but spotted bass all morning on the rocks and the little jut-out eddies from the base of that Bolden Dam. And for Tucker, that 3.7 went a long way. And he's paired up against somebody he didn't want to compete against. He did not want to fish against Logan Parks, his teammate.
Sure.
The duo won team of the year throughout the whole college series schedule. Didn't want to match up against him, but he is dominating right now. 10 pounds, 2 ounces to Logan's 1 pound, 2 ounces.
Well, the Coosa River always makes it interesting, and man, we have had an interesting morning in our 4 matches, none of which has been decided yet. That's the thing to keep in mind. There's your Alabama Power weather watch for tomorrow, a high of 82 degrees, low of 68. The big difference is clouds with thunderstorms. These matches continue on Bassmaster.com. After we take our leave, which we're just about to be ready to do right now, but thank you so much for joining us this Saturday morning. The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket Competition.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Welcome back to day 1 of the bracketed competition. Day 2 overall of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket here at the Coosa River, Wetumpka, Alabama. When we say day 1 of bracketed competition, yesterday was seeding, and now we know who the individual matchups are. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, and so on through our 8 angler field. And Tommy, we have 4 great teams represented in these 8 anglers. They've made it here from the national championship, from team of the year, and now they're duking it out as we see our first matchup. Tristan Mccormick with a slight lead, a pretty decent lead actually, over Hayden Scott in the 1-8 matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be Bethel and Adrian College. Stevie Mills of Bethel going against James Cobbs of Auburn right now. Those two back and forth all morning long. Right now it's Mills with the upper hand.
Only a 1 pound, 6 ounce deficit there for James Cobbs, looking to make that up. Tucker Smith and teammate Logan Parks going head to head in the 2 versus 7 matchup. That is a landslide at the moment. They have gotten their weight updates in the middle of the day and can now make their adjustments as we see Griffin Fernandez, only 1 keeper bite in the boat, but it was a good one. 310. He barely trails Connor Crosby by 2 pounds and 5 ounces. But Connor has a limit. That is the key thing. We have a close matchup with Stevie Mills and James Cobbs, and then the matchup of Griffin Fernandez and Connor Crosby is one we're going to watch as well.
Upper right hand, Smith. Smith, who has caught the most weight today at 10 pounds and 2 ounces.
A lot of anglers on the phone last night. Tommy said Tucker is going to be the one to watch here. He's got the most experience on the Coosa River, but also his reputation precedes itself from how good he was in high school, part of the team of the year team, and feeling very comfortable this week. All 4 Auburn anglers on the board right now in the 4 box. And we mentioned it, Tommy. There are certain things about the Coosa River. They don't necessarily feed and travel where the bait is, but they will go where the current is, and that will funnel everything else in the ecosystem in its place. And we saw Tucker Smith get off to a hot start this morning around current at the base of the Bolden Dam. The place, I looked it up, and the Walter Bolden Dam was built and made and now also has the ability to produce the most power generation of any of the Coosa River dams on the Alabama power system. And it put out some good spotted bass for him this morning to fill his limit, and then this 3.7 largemouth for Tucker Smith was the game changer.
Did 90% of his damage there at the Bolden Dam, and now we find him in different environments right now. And the 3-time high school national, will that ever be done again?
That's incredible.
No.
That is incredible.
With a 9-pound lead, do you think he's mostly scouting new areas for tomorrow? We've seen that happen in other match plays where a guy has really felt comfortable and just goes on looking for more spots.
I think that Tucker knows if he could catch one more cull and have maybe 11 pounds, he would have the biggest single-day weight of anyone over the first 2 days of competition, and he knows then he wouldn't lose to Logan Parks. He would get beat. Logan would have to really earn it and have the biggest bag to be able to pass him. But that Tucker-Logan Parks matchup is the one that we were really keyed in on this morning when we started. But this is a compelling one. 5 fish for 5 pounds, 15 ounces for Connor Crosby of Auburn. Meanwhile, Griffin Fernandez, his opponent, 1 fish for 310. Still in the running with 1 bass for half a day of competition.
Absolutely. Griffin Fernandez, the reigning national champion, 1 of 2.
And Connor Crosby from the Chattahoochee area, Chattahoochee River, when it dumps out of West Point Lake. And this is some of his action earlier this morning. He said he was very, very comfortable around current spotted bass, river systems. It's what he's grown up fishing, and so he's very comfortable with competing this week and figuring that out.
Connor, along with James Cobbs, the team that finished 3rd place. Carhartt Bassmaster College National Championship on the St. Lawrence River back in August.
Said he was going to use a topwater this morning, also mixing a chatterbait to my delight. I was very pleased to hear him say that. That was the only person mentioning that. Then after catching 2 or 3 keepers there on those main river banks, he went up and got around some of those shoals in between the bridges right above Wetumpka and was able to catch a couple spotted bass and then this largemouth right at the end to fill his limit. And that is how he is doing. He's obviously making a move, and we're going over to Logan Parks now, the guy who has to make the biggest jump this afternoon from last to first to get it done.
Logan Parks, who will be graduating in December, the senior major in supply chain management and information systems management at Auburn University. Kind of a slow start for Logan Parks. Never really picked up a lot of steam. Did get 1 in the live well this morning.
This really shows you how a good practice day on Thursday for Logan. He was very pleased with his practice day. Went to practice a little bit more yesterday in a different area, the same tactics. Only ended up with 3 pounds and 14 ounces. Not what he was looking for, seated in 7th. Today he said he was going to go back to kind of what he did in practice, but it didn't pan out this morning. And now that the sun's out, it really resembles yesterday's tough conditions.
No wind to speak of today, temperature about 80-ish.
So are we moving or? No, we're gonna fish. Oh, okay. This and that tree down there and then. Gotcha. Okay. Don't get that.
Looks like Logan's actually made his move into the Tallapoosa, it looks like a little bit. Tallapoosa River's in play. I believe that's the river arm he is in.
Kind of flying down the Coosa. To the angler with the best result, the best outcome so far today with over 10 pounds, Tucker Smith.
And I think that's going to be an interesting thing. No one on the phone last night, when I got to call and talk to all of these anglers, no one mentioned the Tallapoosa River. And I'm not saying it's going to work out for Logan Parks, but that watercolor, tremendously different.
Well, we saw that, yeah.
Conversely, from the rest of the Coosa River and even down in the Alabama River, very dirty, it looked like, out of the Tallapoosa, which could be a reason a lot of people avoided it, and it might be a reason that he is going to it. It is obviously not working for him in the clearer water with the sunny conditions. So what do? You switch up and either find shade or you can find dirtier water, and he has found that. So maybe Logan has something in store over the next hour.
Now, tomorrow morning, they will not have current coming out of the Bolden dams, which will flop things around. Would they be able to find a little bit more of something happening in Tallapoosa in the morning?
That is very interesting to see. You know, we had a lot of rain, and we're having a lot of rain right now in Arkansas. That will make its way east and hit Alabama. So they may end up moving water a little more than expected or a little less, anticipating that rain. And so some of those places that normally are heavy current, they may funnel just enough to keep some fish positioned there. And so we'll watch that for sure.
Well, you're right about the color.
It was very different. I had to check the map just to make sure it wasn't just around the corner, but he is into the Tallapoosa a little bit. And
how are you still in that hoodie? And the life jacket.
I'll take it off whenever we get to our next stop. So I am getting hot now.
I would be dying.
Well, the reason why I keep this on is because it's
keeping the sun off of you.
Keeping the sun off of my face. Oh. There you go.
Baby.
There you go.
That's a 3.5 pounder all day long. I guess we ain't going anywhere.
Good job.
3 pounder maybe. That'll go for so much on there.
2 pounds, 14 ounces.
214.
214.
We need about 5 of them.
Nice. Good job.
Good business.
Tommy, I do not know the lottery numbers for tonight. That was had no idea that was going to happen, a positive result, but this move this afternoon for Logan could really result in an uptick. That almost 3-pound spotted bass flipping, dirty water, tight to cover.
Maybe he'll get some of that team of the year mojo going now.
If he could catch a,
look at that.
Ooh.
See, now
remember,
he's
he was 9
trigger
pounds
finger.
back at a little after 1 o'clock Eastern time, so just remember that. 9 pounds back.
Hey, the safety is off now. He is pulling on whatever bites, even if it's
Got a little trigger happy there.
I didn't see it.
A twig.
We've seen this same exact thing happen in the College Classic bracket. We've seen it in the Elite Series Angler of the Year bracket when we've had those a couple times to make it the last spot in the Classic. Guys with big leads midway through the day, when they can't do anything wrong, the other person has adjusted and their foot is to the floor as much as they can, and they end up coming back. And so we're going to keep an eye out on that with Logan now having 4 pounds. Basically tripling his weight from the midday break.
Yep.
3 more fish. 2 pounders each. He's right there.
3 2-pounders.
That thing pulled so hard, I thought I had 5 pounders.
This was the matchup with the most lead changes in the first 4 hours of the day. James Cobbs on your left from Auburn, Stevie Mills from Bethel University on the right. Stevie jumped out to an early lead with a couple 1-pound spotted bass. Had a limit for about 5 pounds before James took the lead. Stevie took it once more back, and James has called up in this last couple minutes since the break, but only about half a pound, just under 6 pounds now. Still has to close that door though.
Stevie Mills has caught a lot of fish today. Good many of them, just barely keepers that did not help him, but.
Hey, this is a great reminder. We've mentioned it. Logan Parks' deficit with that matchup and him and Tucker Smith. We've mentioned the different comebacks. I just got a text from Trevor McKinney, our bracket champion from last year. He said, watch out for Logan. I was down by 10 plus pounds at 1 o'clock last year on the first round and won to advance.
There you go.
And it ended up being our champion. So what you find out in the final afternoon of day one, or in the afternoon of day one, can teach you a lot. Trevor found his key deal late on day one, caught them early on day two, and then it obviously sustained throughout the day on the final day of the bracket.
Did any of the anglers mention having found something in the seeding round, day one, that was just an afternoon phenomenon? That was might not turn on in the morning, but might turn on in the afternoon?
I think a lot of people had, I would say, most of their weight before noon. So the afternoon was exploring, trying to figure out what was that key. Some of those guys made the run down to Montgomery for the Alabama River portion of it, and they were excited about it, but they didn't know if it would be a consistent everyday thing. So I think some guys are going to have to lean on what they figured out in the mornings and hope it lasts longer, especially tomorrow. You mentioned it. The weather's going to be cloudier, maybe rainier, so it might be all day long cloud cover.
Kind of hate to see the Plainsmen's hats go, but they're out now.
And they are.
We had both Connor Crosby and James Cobbs in rather unusual fishing attire this morning, but they're back in a more conventional now.
Right now, the way it sets up, Tristan McCormick would face off against Connor Crosby, Bethel versus Auburn, and then on the other side of the bracket, it would be Tucker Smith versus Stevie Mills.
Yeah.
Bethel versus Auburn again. Griffin Fernandez trying to make it a competition. He just caught his second keeper. He's up to 415 now on Bass Track.
Two matches within a pound of each other.
Yeah, 415 means he's only 1 pound behind Connor, and he still has 3 to fill his limit.
Yeah, he's a lot of headroom there.
I just looked on the map, Ronnie, and he is heading down near Montgomery Way.
Yeah, I will say that there's we've seen a 3.5 come from the dam, Tucker Smith's catch.
Yep.
A lot of spotted bass. Stevie Mills is hooked up. A smaller one came off. If one of these guys or two of these guys can go find and make the Montgomery area play, make the Tallapoosa play, they can have a whole river to themselves to pick apart. That's the key thing. They won't have to fish behind people at the dam. They won't have to worry about the consistency of that. That 310 for Griffin Fernandez earlier this morning came in the Jackson's Lake region, down by Montgomery, that part of the river. Looking at the map and seeing where some of these catches have been throughout the day, I'm very intrigued that not many catches have came from right where the three rivers meet, the Tuskegee, however you say that city name. It reminds me of the St. Johns River, and where the St. Johns River flows down and it meets Crescent Lake, and some of the other canals come out and they form islands and whatnot. Mm-hmm. That is exactly where these
braids in there.
Yes, there's three rivers right there. That is going to always provide some kind of different current flow. So I'm interested to see if somebody will take advantage of that at a certain point today or this week.
Once it becomes the Alabama River, makes a big turn right downtown there, right in front of the, the big outdoor stage and everything. Big seawall there with a lot of current going right into it. We've seen through the years some pretty good catches right there.
Some discharge pipes and things like that. Some other crazy structure down there.
All those urban things.
The one thing that's tough coming back with 2 or 3 hours left in your day after you find out you're behind, if it's 25 minutes from one spot to another because you've stretched yourself thin on one part of the river versus the other, that's not helpful. That you're going to be spending an hour of your time running back and forth between spots.
Yeah, it's a difference between assuming for safety's sake that you're behind and actually knowing you're behind.
Yes.
That's
very rarely, though, does it go chalk, and who is revealed as the leader midday, they all four advance. Normally someone will make an adjustment and come back, and so with Griffin Fernandez closing that gap for sure in his matchup, Logan with a good sign of fish catch. He still has a long way to go, though. Hayden Scott's pretty close to where you were mentioning, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. Looked like it.
Taking a look at our Dovetail Games drone. Checking out the way the Coosa flows. You mentioned it. So many different events have been here, and it's given us different looks. You've got higher water. We were able to get farther up to the Jordan Dam. Not the case this week. For safety concerns, they can't go past the second bridge above Wetumpka. But the Coosa River definitely offers you a lot. You can fish finesse style on some different current breaks and whatnot, some rocks and boulders, or you can power fish all day long and just get close, cover different structures.
Back to Tucker Smith.
Looks like he might have a brush pile or a rock pile.
Along with Logan Parks, these two are the Angler of the Year team. Carhartt Bassmaster College Series for 2021. Never finished below 16th in any of their tournaments. 4 tournaments, regular season this year.
That is very difficult.
Why?
When we say Seth Feider had a one of the, if not the best Elite Series career average finish-wise, never finishing worse than 29th for the year, never finishing worse than 16th when there's 250-plus college teams. Seth Feider's feat was an individual out of 100 people for a team out of 250, and we went to a lot of different diverse places this year, from Michigan to Alabama to New York and everywhere in between.
Hank Weldon, the tournament director for college, told me their 973 points was the largest margin of victory for the points in the college standings ever.
That is
I would believe
They're
that.
like 80, 90 up on the next team.
I think the last Team of the Year race in 2020, it came down to, in the final event of the season, I believe Nolan Minor and Casey Lanier had to finish they had to win or they had to get second place to win Team of the Year, and they got fourth. And Zeke Gossett, and I believe his partner's name was Hayden, I believe, they took it home. So it was very competitive.
Oh, that one was closer? Much, much closer.
Wow.
Fancy
building.
I think that's Condo Weldon, I heard.
Oh, is
I heard
that the penthouse there?
Yes, that is Hank Weldon
I
and
don't
his
doubt it.
establishment. That's where he's put the anglers up this week.
That's
And they're,
nice of him to do that. Pool and everything.
All
That's
jokes
jogging
aside.
trail, they've got it all there.
Right on the banks of the Coosa River, Wetumpka, Alabama. A great place for bass fishing and a great place for the College Classic bracket. We'll be right back after this commercial break with more action.
The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Time is winding down. Only 2 hours left in the competition day for day one of bracketed competition. We have 3 days of competition. We go from 8 anglers and 4 matchups today. Tomorrow we'll have 4 matchups, or 4 anglers with 2 matchups. And then Monday we will have our championship day. 2 anglers, all for a classic berth and a shot at representing the college series. You have seen it, Tommy. You've seen all levels of pros, from veterans of the sport to these new guys from the college series. To see how advanced they are, it is very awesome to see the younger generation come right into the big moments of the sport, prepared for the moment.
Yeah, very, very similar, almost indistinguishable from the guys at the next level and even the next level up. Really quite remarkable. Ronnie Moore and Tommy Sanders here with you here. I'm going to stick around for just another segment here. I'm enjoying it. It was really compelling this morning. I think it's going to be compelling all through the rest of the day.
Honestly, Tommy, you've had your shot. So you
have,
can come and go whenever you please. We
Agreed.
promise you that. But
I'm just lingering.
It's a very
I won't go away.
compelling. It's
That's
a
the problem.
compelling 8-person deal. We've got anglers trying to make a comeback. Anglers trying to stave that off with a couple more keepers and coals. But Such, the weather tomorrow, it's going to be totally different, and we could see an uptick in catches or a flip-flop of the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, storms are supposed to start hitting around 3 a.m., light rain coming in, and I don't know how that's going to affect the water getting washed through or pulled through, Ronnie. So we'll see in the morning what's going to go on, what's going to take place.
Tommy, I propose to you, do you think those guys at the dam will be able to do that consistently every day? Whether the flow is as strong as it is today, will they be able to rack up that minimum 8 to 9 pounds? That is a hard number that some of these other anglers might not get to.
That's where the big time damage was done this morning, but it will not happen in the morning tomorrow. That's the thing to keep in mind.
That's the important thing, is this morning the generators were already on. Those anglers headed to their spots and it was already flowing current. Tomorrow, it won't start flowing current until 10 a.m. according to the reports that we're getting online, which is the same thing those anglers are preparing and planning their day from. Which I will allude to, that one key fish that Tucker Smith caught outside of the dam, over here in the shoals by the bridges. that one fish on the wake bait may give him confidence to start there if the current's not going to be strong. Why don't you start close, catch a few fish, and then make your way there when the current starts to flow?
Be interesting to know how many actual targets Tucker Smith and Tristan McCormick have there in that fairly large area right below the Bolden Dam there.
McCormick is the only angler who's stayed up there. Maybe he's looking around and really trying to break down, figure out the little eddies and whatnot behind the rocks.
That's the key thing. If you can figure out a bigger boulder or a cluster of boulders out in the middle of the river or something just a little different when that current stops flowing, where those fish can maybe still hang out. They may not just disperse to the banks, or they may not go here or there. A place where they're going to when there's no current will be deadly for when they shut that off the rest of this week.
You don't think the rain will come down and flow in time and start coming in for them to pull a little bit more or keep it open, or even open it earlier?
I don't think the level, the intensity of the rain is going to be enough.
Not at first. That's what I'm saying. Monday we're going to have
Monday it
more
may
rain.
run longer and for a heightened level, yes. But tomorrow, before that rain gets here, it should be
status quo.
Tucker Smith hooked up, and no, not going to be.
He checked it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Did a story on Bruce Aiken, our retiring CEO after 10 years, and he said one of the things he's really proud of is how the college and all the other youth venues have exploded. How the circuits for the high school, he said all the way down to middle school fishing, juniors and in the college, he's really proud of that. I know Jerry was to get a college angler in the Bassmaster Classic, which is just a really neat feat. This is going to be the 11th time that's happened this year, come Monday.
And this shows you, I think there's only been 2 anglers in the history of the Bassmaster Classic come from the college series and make the final day cut, the top 25. Only 2 anglers have ever done that. So it's a great opportunity on the biggest stage of them all to get that experience, but there is some shock and awe to it. You're experiencing the Classic, you need to enjoy it. And it's the same thing I've told the anglers on the phone last night. I said, hey, enjoy this. I know you want to win in advance, but this might be the only time you get to be in the Classic bracket. Don't get so overcome by the event that you forget to have fun and enjoy the memories, because that's what you're going to take away because only one of the 8's going to make it.
I've talked to guys, and they said their college fishing careers, they do miss it, like you have said it too, and you make really good friends, but I think it really puts the guys competing in the Opens now through their paces, through the Bassmaster tournament pace, how to do it. But then you think it's more that they're learning different areas and talking to different anglers from different areas and different techniques of the country and learning a lot more. You're learning how to bass fish across the country in college.
Well, I think what's very interesting are 2 anglers so far that have qualified for the Elite Series from the Opens. We've had the Northern Opens, 3 anglers qualified, and the Southern Opens, 3 anglers have qualified. Jonathan Kelly and Jacob Fouts, 2 college anglers. Kelly from Pennsylvania went to school down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at Coastal Carolina. Totally different fishing than he grew up doing. Learned that. Jacob Fouts, I believe he's from the Ohio region, more smallmouth oriented and whatnot. Goes to Tennessee at Bryan College, learns Chickamauga, travels the country, and has qualified. So it definitely broadens your spectrums, and we've seen that.
Yeah, I remember Kelly telling me going to Coastal Carolina and really learned the tidal fisheries, did well on the James River in the Open Series.
That's huge. The way we have it lined out right now, I know there's 2 Central Opens left, but if it ended today, we would have a college angler qualify for the elites from every division, because John Garrett is 3rd in the Central Opens right now. So it just does go to show you that the learning curve is much different. It's much quicker. but the love and the passion and the dedication for it that these guys have at 18 to 21 years old is just as much up there with the guys that have been doing it for 20 years.
Well, I hear things from like Rick Clunn that the kids can learn faster now. They have so much more at their fingertips to break down a fishery and go somewhere different.
Connor Crosby, the senior from Valley, Alabama. Vast majority of the 8 are seniors. For many of them, this is the, barring making it to the Classic, this is going to be their last appearance as a college angler.
And for most of the college Classic brackets we'd seen, a lot, if not all of them, were juniors and seniors. And then we started to see a freshman and sophomore influx.
Of course, the best result today was by our only sophomore.
Yes.
So far, Tucker Smith.
Kind of resembles those college basketball players. For the longest time when they get drafted in the NBA, you wanted a 3rd or 4th year player that was very mature and skilled, ready to go. And now you see a lot more freshmen and sophomores ready to go just as quick.
There's our Dovetail Games drones. Fantastic pictures all day long for a very picturesque place. Of course, the Coosa runs out of the foothills of the Appalachians all the way down here. And everything, the land sort of flattens out once it hits the Tallapoosa and becomes the Alabama River. Lots of great rock formations and rapids, and there's a mountain feel to it in the upper reaches.
I think they call it the Falls Line, I believe, isn't it? Right there, around the Coosa. A lot of history for bass down in that neck of the woods,
Boy, no
for
kidding.
sure. Decade ago, the All-Star events, and then a couple decades ago in the 80s, the couple classics in a row.
And you don't think about it, but when you're looking at a map and you see all these locks and dams that connect the Coosa River lakes together, that changes in elevation as you go up, because they have to flow that river obviously flows down, and it had a higher elevation start, it flows down to the lower elevation, and now they're just segmented by dams. But yes, it's the Coosa basically runs out just a little bit past Wetumpka before it transitions. And so we're near, I think we've had an event over the last 5 years on every single stop on the Coosa River almost. And we've been able to see it in all of its forms.
Had a stop this year on the Coosa on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Neely Henry.
Yeah.
College wild cards and opens have been at Lay Lake over the last few years. Logan Martin as well.
Yeah. Connor here says he wants to, he may be a senior, but he wants to keep going to school, which is the case for a lot of people. He wants to get his master's degree researching bass genetics at Auburn University.
Wow.
How about that?
You could probably do an internship with Steve Kennedy and ride around with him for a little while.
Sure. Gene Gilliland.
Exactly. Hall of Famer, Gene Gilliland.
That newly minted Hall of Famer.
Along with Wetumpka's
own.
Trip Weldon.
Absolutely.
He actually lives up the lake, Jordan and Titus, but he's from Wetumpka.
And then I'll say, I think there's another connection to the Hall of Fame this week in Wetumpka. I believe Jay Yellis won his Angler of the Year and closed it out near Wetumpka, I believe.
That's
Whether
right.
it was Jordan
That's
or
right.
it was, he closed it out.
Went a good ways up the river
Yeah.
on that effort there.
Thank you to Scott Canterbury for that tidbit the other day on the phone. And Steve Bowman's probably tied into all of that somehow as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Spoke with Jay and his family up at the Hall of Fame banquet the other night. COVID, he was a 2020 inductee, along with Steve Bowman, and they had to hold off the ceremony to this year.
A couple of deserving guys for sure. Two people you'd say, well, hasn't he been in it for already like 5 years or so? But no.
I was shocked to know you weren't in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, please.
until recently. I mean, come on, Tommy.
I'm in the Vin Scully wing,
No.
kind of like at Cooperstown.
Yeah, but that's
Vin
it, though.
Scully.
That's it. Like, there's like two of y'all over there, though.
Not that I would compare myself to Vin Scully, certainly.
I would.
In age only.
I always
I
like to
knew
say,
that was coming. I
hey,
saw the old thing coming.
I always say Jim Nance is just lucky Tommy didn't get into golf earlier in his life. It would have been game over.
Oh, please. No.
Connor Crosby still holding serve in his matchup against Griffin Fernandez, but inching closer is Fernandez.
Griffin's a pretty dangerous guy. I mean, he's got a strong track record.
You see those clips of basketball players in high school and they do something crazy and you're like, I need to remember that guy's name so when he makes it to college in the NBA, like I can just remember that was that kid. It's the same thing for high school fishing. There are names that pop up in college and I'm like, I haven't heard of him in just 2 or 3 years, but I covered him in high school. Griffin was one of those guys that was one of the first year or two of
came down there to
college fishing.
Bethel and for the weigh-ins and fished on Kentucky Lake and did all that.
And I was like, what are these kids from Indiana doing down here being so successful? And then I learned a little bit more. You see their name pop up another time or two, and you're like, these guys are actually going to travel the country and do well.
Now that you mentioned that, what names do you see now fishing that'll be in our opens and moving up into our leads?
I think
what type of guys?
I think you've got 4 or 5 of them right now fishing
right
the bracket.
Here today?
Yes. I would agree with that. Like we mentioned, 8 of the top 14 anglers for the Northern Opens this year under the age of 25.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Tommy, you gonna hang around for a little bit more with us, or are you done?
I think I've had my shot.
You've had your shot,
like
as others have said.
I'll be watching tomorrow.
We will be back after this commercial break for the last hour or so of action.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Welcome back to the Coosa River, Wetumpka, Alabama. Round 1 of our 3-round College Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. Got 8 anglers competing today, 4 different matchups. We will cut it to 4 anglers for tomorrow, 2 matchups. What's at stake? Well, at the end of Monday, someone will walk away with a Bassmaster Classic Invite 2022 at Lake Hartwell, a fully rigged Toyota Tundra, a Nitro Z20 as well. They'll be able to use those 2 pieces of equipment to travel all of 2022, represent the College Series at the Opens level. They get $7,500 and paid entries into those events. Great expense money. The chance at $300,000.
Yeah, that's
huge.
And the title of Bassmaster Classic Champion, that's a monster for any college angler, Ronnie. I wonder how many of that has drawn into, I need to fish college. I got to fish college.
Well, currently, there are 6 of our latest 10 anglers. This is the 11th angler that will make it to the Classic all time from the College Series. 6 of them are current pros, with 2 more with the possibility of it.
There's like 50 of them right there, but they might all be that size. It's tough, though. I mean, no doubt. I've been very fortunate to catch what I've caught. Had some big missed opportunities. There goes Big Steve.
All
But I think I'm just going to keep this jig in my hand the rest of the day and see if I can run into a big somewhere. I know there's some good ones down through here.
Logan Parks needs 2 fish, going about 5-6, Ronnie, to tie
Makes a little,
his teammate.
the rocks come out and then it's a straight cliff drop off and those spots are just suspended on her, kind of right off the edge. I can see a bunch of them on my graph. Just got to put it in front of the right one.
You're right, Such. Parks has caught his 3rd keeper. 412 for him. He's got a 1-2, a 12-ouncer, almost a 3-pounder.
Fun to catch, though.
Hooked up again.
Need them to be bigger than a, what'd you say, 1-4? 1-2. Sit at the freaking bottom. I really do think this is a way to catch a good one. It's just a numbers game. I mean, there's so many of them right there.
Close in some rounding, but I think our seeds are playing out here pretty good. Tristan McCormick, Bethel 9-9 over 8 seed. Hayden Scott, he got 5-11. Number 2 seed Tucker Smith, 10-2, our big bag of the day so far. And Logan Parks, he's going against his teammate. That's got to be rough. 4-12, but he's only got 3 fish. Well, it's Stevie Mills. 6-13, but he's only 14 ounces ahead of James Cobbs. That's the match. The 3-6 right now.
The 3-6 and the 4-5 are the 2 tightest matches for sure right now.
Yeah. Griffin Fernandez. Adrian has 4-15. Connor Crosby has 5-15. Pound up.
Yes.
He's got a limit, though. Griffin only has 2. No. Ryan, how about some trivia? Some 5-hour energy trivia. I could use a boost.
Okay. Give it to me. Are we doing it right now or commercial break?
No, let's do it right now.
Question answer? Okay.
How wide was the meteorite that created the Wetumpka crater right here 80 million years ago? You love these geographic ones.
I
you
knew.
got no idea.
I
Did
will
you
say,
see this?
Someone told me that
someone
told me a crater trivia was coming, but they didn't tell me
right,
what about
the size.
it. Yeah.
Well, look at that. It was at
350 feet.
The meteor that hit 350
650.
feet, 650, 1,000 feet wide, or 1,250. Of course, 80 million years ago, they probably estimated.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna just go ahead and say A. I don't think it was a big meteor. Otherwise, more people would know about it.
Wow, that's pretty famous.
Man.
That's the only impact crater in Alabama. The crater's 5 miles wide. I talked to Hank Weldon. He actually his home is in it.
He was born in the
it.
crater.
Yeah,
Nice.
Well,
Nice.
you can see the
That
ridge, but it's
explains
all
a lot.
woods and, you know,
Honestly,
it's all
that
grown over after years, but there's still like a rim around it, 5 miles wide.
Nice.
I think the dinosaurs went extinct with that one, right?
I think they would have gone extinct
80
'cause
million years ago.
Spotted bass would have fought them if they were
Taken
trying
over.
to take over Wetumpka.
Maybe they did. Maybe that's
yeah.
what brought on spotted bass.
Exactly. Right now, the 1 seed and the 2 seed are doing their business, leading their matchups pretty handedly. You know, a 4 and change. Somebody would have to catch the biggest bass of the day to even get close in those 2 matchups. And then the 3-6 and the 4-5 matchup, Stevie Mills versus James Cobbs, and then Griffin Fernandez versus Connor Crosby. Those are the 2 tight matchups, and we're watching one of them who is leading, Stevie, and who is trailing, Griffin. Griffin's down in that Montgomery region fishing those seawalls like Tommy was mentioning.
I remember seeing that area and seeing some fish catches right there, right around the corner. Of course, the guys Griffin Fernandez and Logan Parks do not have limits. That would help them immensely. Logan Parks looking.
I'll say this area, the Tallapoosa, has given him better feedback than the rest of the system combined today. Since he's made his move in here, he's caught 3.5 pounds of his 4 3/4. So, and he's hooked up again.
There you go. Good job.
Some more good feedback for Logan. This will be his 4th keeper.
$114. 114.
114.
Good job.
Gives him 610. 610.
Yeah.
He'll pull within 3.5 pounds of the lead.
Hey, 1 bite, right? He's on 4 fish, and he's at limit.
What we got now?
Here's something for you, Such. He went from 8th overall in the standings to 4th with that 1 catch. That's how many people are tied down there close.
I'm trying to find my phone. Okay.
He's smiling now.
Can't get rid of the 14.
At about a little bit after 1 o'clock, he was 9 pounds back.
I'll tell you what we have. You have 4 fish for 6 pounds, 10 ounces.
So we need a 4-pounder.
That's exactly what you
He
need,
knows
Logan.
exactly what he needs.
And that's the thing. Tucker Smith had 10 pounds at the
2
midday
ounces, yeah.
break. That's all he knows. He can believe Tucker's cold up, and so he can keep fighting and fighting for 11, 12 pounds, but once he gets to that 10-pound mark, he could theoretically take the lead and still think he's behind because he expects Tyler to catch.
But Tucker Smith has left their little break and knowing I have a 9-pound lead, and I don't have to put my foot to the pedal, smash it down. Is that what you're saying, Ronnie? The Tucker might ease off a little bit. You got a big lead.
Well, I think the one thing Tucker's
trying.
It helps him that he knows Logan only has 1 pound, but it doesn't help him because Logan knows when he gets to 10 pounds, 3 ounces, that he has at least surpassed, he has a shot if Tucker didn't catch another upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Tucker, he could still be on 10-2 and could be still blowing it out, or he could be way behind. He doesn't know. But Logan knows he hasn't done anything important until he gets to 10 pounds, 2 ounces.
Right.
I like this. Last hour and a half drama. 1 bite away. That's all you want to do is have 1 shot. Be 1 bite from the lead. Logan would have gone from 8th to 1st if he can do that feat for the overall weight for the day. These 2 teammates who worked together for Team of the Year now pitted against each other in round 1, and it is getting fired up. An hour and a half left to coverage. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Moves are being made in the final hour and a half of fishing for these anglers for the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops down here on the Coosa River. One thing that we said, that midday reveal, you're gonna have to make an adjustment. Someone's gonna make an adjustment and be able to come back, and this is the matchup. It went from 10 pounds, 2 ounces against 1 pound, 2 ounces. Logan Parks made an adjustment, is now up to 6 pounds, 10 ounces, making that a much closer, a 3.5 pounder separates those. Now we go down to the 3-6 matchup, Stevie Mills. These guys have been switching leads quite a bit. James Cobbs took the lead for a little bit. Stevie took it back. And then this matchup right here is one that's very interesting. Connor Crosby, a limit for 5.15. Griffin Fernandez, 2 fish, 4.15, only 1 pound behind.
Yeah, that 2 fish is always hooked up.
Now, Cole, in there. Oh, a little bit. I mean, you got a lot shorter every time I brought them closer.
Every ounce is going to count this week, so even if it is a limit for him and he needs to just see it is a keeper.
Hold on.
Right.
Okay. $14 ounces.
14. So a 3 ounce Cole. Better
11
than that?
ounce in there. I like his targets there, Ronnie.
He's 3 ounces to his credit, so now his lead is 1-3 over Griffin Fernandez. Doesn't really change much, to be honest, but with as many 12 to 15 ounce fish we've seen get caught today, that 3 ounce Cole could end up being the deciding factor. If Fernandez lands one more keeper for less than a pound, he still doesn't overtake him.
And as you said, if they do tie, they go back to their seeding.
Yep.
Higher
and that would go to
seed.
Griffin, being the 4 seed. That's why it's even more important when you look at the Stevie Mills versus Griffin Fernandez 3-4. They tied in the matchup, or they tied up for the seeding round, both at 8-1. But Stevie had a limit. Griffin only had 4 for 8-1. So he had bigger fish, but you have one of the tiebreakers is limit.
Right.
And he caught a limit and Griffin didn't, so the seeds were decided that way. So Griffin's going to make another move. Working his way up north just a little bit from Montgomery. He made that run all the way down south. Over to Logan Parks, who has made the most noise this afternoon.
Me and my buddy started our team. And one of our first meetings, Daryl came and spoke to us and brought Jordan Lee when he was at Auburn. That was really kind of what did it for me.
Yeah.
good. I'm feeling confident. I think it's going to happen.
That's good.
I'm starting to bite pretty good. A bunch of little guys in there too, though.
He has been far from one swing of the bat away from being back in it, but he is now within one swing of the bat. 3.5 pounds. And he can compete with Tucker Smith. That's not a spotted bass. It's definitely not something that I believe Tristan McCormick wants to catch.
Just fell next to it.
One thing we'll see,
Leaf?
if we see a little bit of that sand pattern play out, Tristan said a couple of these guys have figured out, they got to see, because it's so bright and light on these banks, saw cruising largemouth and spotted bass yesterday in groups on the bank. So that is Stevie, actually. But up in this canal, not only are they catching them at the dam or out in the middle, but some of these cruisers are in wolf packs that you can catch maybe a big one out of. That's kind of a key, a wild card if it pops up.
The cloudy conditions they promised for this afternoon kind of holding back a little bit. Partly cloudy is remaining our weather pattern right now.
I don't get why you do this. It's why you
why
lie
I listen
to
to
us. Yeah,
future cast. You're right. Me neither.
Last, what is it? Hour. About another hour left. Trying to catch a big one. Still ain't really had a big bite today. Been a little bit slow on me. I think it still is going to be a close one. I'm sure James caught him. So if I make it past this round, I'll have to tighten up tomorrow for sure. Trolling motor battery gets a good charge tonight. Left for a little bit, tried something different. Didn't work out.
It's the first time we've seen James Cobbs slow down a little bit today. He's been keeping his baits moving.
As it stands right now, Ronnie, we got 2 Bethel guys leading their match, 2 Auburn guys leading their matches. And that's the schools who have sent the most anglers to the Bassmaster Classic.
So
2 each.
Good chance we could have 2 Bethel teams in the final. You could have 2 Auburn teams in the final. You could have a mix, Auburn or Bethel.
Or one of these Adrian guys.
Yeah.
Pop up here.
One bite.
Little
for Fernandez.
Late minute heroics.
Stevie Mills, James Cobbs is the closest matchup we've had all day long. Those two still duking it out. Stevie Mills with 6-13, James Cobbs with 5-15. It's the left side of your bracket. The 1-8 matchup versus the 4-5 matchup. Who will advance for the semifinal round? McCormick on top, the 1 seed. Connor Crosby, the 5 seed, with a slight margin. It's important to notice he has a limit. Fernandez does not. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, the 2-7 matchup, Tucker Smith partner Logan Parks. That's tightened up a little bit. Tucker still in command. Meanwhile, Stevie Mills and James Cobb just under a pound separates those two who both have a limit. We will see some important catches and some crucial calls after this commercial break. The last 45 minutes coming up.
The Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket, presented by Bass Pro Shops, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Winding down our action, just over an hour left of fishing, just over 30 minutes left in our live show today, the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. 8 anglers, 4 full teams have split up into individuals this week in bracketed competition. And day by day, we will cut that field in half. It's 8 today, it'll be 4 tomorrow, 2 on Championship Monday, where they will battle it out for a classic spot. It truly does put your name into the sport, Such. Whether you qualify for the Elite Series in the following year or it takes 3 or 4 years, you're always remembered as being a college classic bracket champion. We know that from Jacob Fouts, just qualified for the Elite Series last week, and he was our champion back in 2017 to compete in the 2018 Classic. So it carries with you for a while.
Yeah, the John Garrett, Jacob Fouts, Nick Ratliff, Cody Huff, Trevor Mckinney last year.
Guys who've been on the Elite Series in the past, Brett Pruitt and the Lee brothers, and Andrew Upshaw, a great opens angler as well.
Trying to
qualify overall in those points.
We'll get out eventually.
And even if you don't win the College Classic bracket today, as we're taking a look at our Dovetail Games drone, the opportunity still presents itself for you to have a great professional career if you don't win this thing. We know Tyler Yvette has made brackets and missed out, losing in the semis and whatnot. Jake Whitaker twice has been in the college bracket. You've got Bethel anglers qualify for it and not make it, but have gone on to fish professionally. You have KJ Queen qualified for the Elite Series last year.
Well, I really felt for that Nolan Miner who lost in that great 2018 match to Nick Ratliff, and I think I met him right after that and said, "Man, I felt for you. That was a rough way to go down." It was a great final day. That was incredible.
He would have loved
fourth battle.
He would have loved the praise he got for winning, but he definitely held himself high.
Yes,
after losing, and he finished 14th in the Northern Opens this year.
Very impressive young man.
Normally, Such, when you get 3 checks in the Opens, you're going to be very close to the Elites. This year in the Northerns, how competitive they were, Nolan Miner got 2 checks and missed a check by an ounce and finished 14th. That's how tight it was at the top.
Well, I think of qualifying for here. Look at all the Hank Wellen was giving me the rundown of how many teams competed at each event. Hartwell, 261 teams. Smith, 218. Saginaw, 189 teams. This low one was Lay Lake, 105. And then
that's the wild card.
Yeah, that's wild card. Cumberland, 235 teams.
Ooh, giant.
Connor Crosby hooked up. Small one. It's always crazy to see the championship field, how big it is, even though it's only the top 10% or so of the entire trail.
Mouth all the way up against the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of trying to get some more ounces to hold off Griffin Fernandez in case he happens to catch one or two more.
Just got word from Hank Weldon that Hayden Scott has made his way to the poop pipe, as we call it, the discharge that flows into the river. We know that from the All-Star events in the past.
Decade ago.
Yeah.
2010 and 11, I think. I think those were more in the middle of the heat of the summer.
Yeah.
I remember being on Lake Jordan, and it was like 104 degrees. Very trying.
Oh, I hear it from you weekly how hot it was.
Yeah.
You
Do
mention
you?
it once a week.
I do. Once
Yeah.
on Tuesdays usually. Yeah.
And I get to tell you how hot the Potomac was that one time. One thing that's tough for Stevie Mills, he's caught a lot of fish on a fluke today, but he needs to figure out another bait if he wants to be able to survive for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hayden Scott, this is the guy we mentioned. Hank Weldon's with him. He just made his move.
Bass staff out there overseeing the weights and entering the each fish weight on a card as well as in Bass Track.
Got one. Got one. Please stay on. And please. I don't know.
There you go.
I broke the lull.
Safety measure. I think he's pretty confident he's about a 13. You're good. Let's see. Hang on, let me make sure.
5'11" for Hayden.
Hang on.
Sure. Don't know what his smallest is, but
Good life.
That won't help with it.
11. I think it's going to give you an ounce. 11 ounces. Good?
Yep.
Hey, it breaks the ice.
5 pounds, 12 ounces now for his limit, 1 ounce cull. Still finds himself about 3 pounds, 13 ounces behind Tristan McCormick in the 1-8 matchup.
Okay. Got one. Oh, I got one. Please, Lord, stay on. And please be big. Please, Lord, please, Lord, please, Lord. Come on, come on, come on, God. That'll
Nicer
help.
one.
You don't need to put that one on the board. The other 0.
Yep. Stop, stop.
Nice. One three.
Yeah.
It's a new one.
No, you're good. You're good. 1-3. Good.
Yep.
Inching up closer, Ronnie. Up to 6'4".
Yep.
That 1 cull moved him from 7th overall on the leaderboard of weight into 5th. That's how tight these guys are around that 5 to 6 pound range.
What's the smallest?
He is 3-5 from Tristan.
You got an 11 ouncer, a 13 ouncer, and then a 1
Popped off.
1 3 1 3 2.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple quick fish for Hayden Scott, and he
please.
could feel like he's back in it. You could get a little bit of wind of momentum.
Please, Lord, please, Lord.
And what that'll do for you. They just made this spot change.
That'll help.
And it's paid off with 2 calls, 2 helps for him.
Stop.
Nice.
And Hayden Scott caught 4 fish yesterday for 3 pounds 9 ounces. Ronnie, he's way ahead of there, but he still has to catch Tristan McCormick. He's got 9 pounds and 9 ounces.
Please be
Reeling
big.
in another one.
Probably not. Nope. Oh, come on. 2.5, 3 pounder to make a run at this thing.
He's not wrong. Definitely need to find a way to catch a 2.5 pound fish on the Coosa River. Every person who has done that has seemingly led their matchup, other than Logan Parks, who is needing a furious comeback today. But Tristan McCormick holding that lead. It's now just 3 pounds 5 ounces. Hayden Scott's improved that by about half a pound or more over the last 30 minutes. Now we have them, the 2 paired up in a 2 box. Hayden Scott, trigger happy. The safety is off, Such.
Apparently there's a sweet spot right on top.
Why would you have your safety on to the last hour? Even Hayden Scott needs a 3 pounder and a 2 3/4 pounder. His 2 small fish are at 11 ounce and 13 ounces, Ronnie. Needs to make up 3.5.
5.
Good math there, Such.
We're rounding.
Flipping away, looking for 1 bite. Got out of the canal and got back out here on the river. Just gotta make enough flips.
All right. What's the total weight? All right.
Be nice to get a scoop. That'd be ideal.
Yep.
Oh yeah, right in the tree.
Go over to this matchup. It's been tight all day. Stevie Mills and James Cobbs. The 3-6 matchup. One of these anglers is trying to advance to compete against Tucker Smith by the looks of it. Maybe Logan Parks if Logan can complete his comeback. Logan's currently the 4th highest ranked angler today weight-wise, but the first one on the leaderboard that would lose his matchup. That's the deal. Doesn't matter if you beat everybody except one person, you have to beat the person you're matched up against.
Arkansas just had a play where they had 3 penalties called on them.
I believe somebody just ran by Stevie Mills up in the canal.
Cobbs is only 14 ounces behind him, Ronnie. What a 2-pounder would do right about now.
It's like around that 1 o'clock time, Tucker Smith has made his way up towards the dam. I'll try to see if that afternoon current flow will help out a little bit.
My name's been running for damn near 2 hours.
It's our weight leader today, 10 pounds, 2 ounces. His teammate is 4th in weights and is matched up against him. Logan Parks is 3 pounds, 8 ounces back.
That's
4 fish.
Very manageable compared
We've
to being
seen a
down by
310.
10 pounds or 9 pounds at the break.
9 pounds about 1 o'clock Eastern. Together, the Adrian Bulldogs need some Bulldog miracles.
Both
right
of
now.
them are down in the Montgomery area as well. They're on the same part of the lake, the river, and the same place in the standings, needing some upgrades.
But boy, for Griffin Fernandez, 1 fish. He's got 2 fish on the day for 415.
I think he's the only angler other than Logan Parks who doesn't have a limit, but Logan has 4 compared to his 2.
Yeah, 1 1/4 pounder, though, would get him right there with Connor Crosby, right at 1 ounce above him. That's all you need. Match play.
Hayden Scott was hooked up, just lost whatever that was.
Bite marks right behind the hook shank. Yeah. It was from when I was out there. Whatever was right here was just a snag.
Still 1 fish away for this matchup as well, but Hayden Scott has to cull 3 pounds and 5 ounces compared to Logan Parks needing a 3.5 pounder or Griffin Fernandez needing a pound and changer. Hayden would need about a 4 1/4, maybe a 4 1/2 to be able to cull up enough.
I think they said his smallest was 11 ounces. He's got 4 fish right in at his 3 pound, 5 ounce deficit. 11 ounces. Nice 4 pounder. Would he just need 4?
Is Hayden smallest to 11 ounces?
I think I heard Hank say that. I think he said he had an 11 and a 13 ounce.
Let me check.
I think it'd be easier to cull twice how he was doing than get 1 big 4 pounder and 1 over 4.
He culled out an 11 ouncer. His smallest is a 13 ouncer.
Okay.
And then he's got everything else over 1, and he has a 2 pounder as well, so that makes sense.
All you got to do is, no, today it's just a head-to-head elimination. Yeah. Your seed, you know, the weight yesterday, the highest, yes, sir. Let's hope I can make it. If we would have caught everything we've seen, we wouldn't have to worry about nothing. Yes, sir.
One more
Back
cast, then we're gonna head on out.
Yep.
Try to find a new spot.
Yep, tomorrow.
Shoot, you're going to hang around for one more segment. We're going to close this thing down for day 1. And
Let's
these
close
anglers
it down,
are going
Ryan. Let's hang out here and close this thing down and see who's going to win.
We still have some moves to be made. Tristan Mccormick leading at 3 pounds 5 ounces over Hayden Scott. Griffin Fernandez trailing by 1 pound and 3 ounces behind Connor Crosby. Key there, Griffin does not have a limit. Anything he catches goes to his total bottom line. Tucker Smith, a 3.5-pound lead over Logan Parks. Logan still needs one more for a limit. Meanwhile, Stevie Mills has less than a pound lead over James Cobbs. They both have to cull up this afternoon. They've got 45 minutes left. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Live coverage of the Carhartt Bassmaster College Bracket presented by Bass Pro Shops is sponsored by Dovetail Games.
Final 10 minutes or so of action coverage here for the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. Day 1 of bracketed competition. Day 2 overall. We had a seeding day yesterday. The 8 anglers competed, logged their weight, their 5-fish limit, set the bracket matchups. Today, round 1, winner takes all for each matchup, and loser goes home. So we will have 4 anglers advance today, and semifinals will happen tomorrow, and then championship day, the final 2 anglers will compete on Monday.
So they're going to stick around for their teammate if they don't happen to win and cheer them on.
Got 2 matchups right here. You've got Auburn, James Cobbs, the 6th seed, going up against Stevie Mills, the 3 seed. Meanwhile, Tristan McCormick, bottom left, the number 1 seed, going up against Hayden Scott from Adrian College, the number 8 seed. Now the top matchup, the top ranked angler in each of those matchups is thriving. The only upset we have in the works right now is Connor Crosby, the 5 seed, upsetting the 4 seed, Griffin Fernandez.
Is a 5 upset a 4 always an upset?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's close. Griffin Fernandez can catch 1 fish and overtake the lead in that one.
Yes, they're still within range of these matchups. Fernandez, low man on the totem pole with only 2 fish for 415, but he's only 1-3 behind Connor Crosby.
From tying. So he needs a 1-4 at least.
Now, if he ties, he has the tiebreaker.
Oh, it wouldn't be 3 fish? It doesn't go to limits first?
It's based on seeding, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
He's got the big fish of the day, though, with 310. You still at that discharge there, Ronnie?
Not far from it, yes. Not far from it.
A favorite fishing spot of a lot of folks.
I got it confirmed. Even if today or tomorrow there is a tie, it is based on Friday's seeding weight and where they placed in that, not how many fish they have today or whatnot. So if you catch a 10-pounder tomorrow and you only have one fish, you're in luck. If you have the high enough seed on Friday.
He needs the biggest fish on the day. Hayden Scott does to catch Mr. McCormick.
For a minute there, Logan Parks really had some momentum, caught 3 fish, had by far the best afternoon of anyone. He couldn't have had a worse morning than anyone, but he had the best afternoon of anyone so far in his pursuit of chasing down the top weighted angler Tucker Smith today. But that has kind of stalled out. He's still 3.5 pounds back. 1 fish to fill his limit.
It's getting kind of hopeful. They're saying he was 9 pounds down at 1 o'clock Easter, a little bit after, and then he caught his first fish in a little flurry. That would have been a remarkable comeback. He still has time.
Starting to see some moves being made. Stevie Mills and Hayden Scott pulling up their trolling motors and changing spots. Tristan McCormick continue to fish where he is, and now we're over to Griffin Fernandez. He is the one we're keeping our eyes on for the last couple minutes of our coverage and the last 30 minutes overall.
Most legitimate shot for some heroics.
Trying to find a last-second fish or two off this. There's just a good current seam right here off this point. It's where the Tallapoosa comes in to the Coosa. I don't know if it's a stick or a fishing line.
He will need some heroics. We're going to leave you with wondering and questioning, and you can watch the live weigh-in reveal.
Just like that.
Check out Kyle Jesse's photos from the water to see who advances. You'll be able to check out that leaderboard, and we will break it down tomorrow morning. We'll get started once again early. Bassmaster.com all day long for our 6 hours of coverage of this Carhartt Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket. The 8 anglers we started with today will be cut to 4. We'll see those 4 tomorrow to crown 2 anglers into the finals. We'll see you tomorrow.
There we go. That's a good one right there.